Okay, welcome everybody to the December 14th, 2023 BAR small meeting. My name is Bill Huey. I'll be the acting chairman this evening. Bear with me this often. Other board members present this afternoon are Julia Martin, Fillmore Wilson, and Eddie Fada. City staff presidents Frankie Pinto, BRS administrator, and Linda Bennett, senior preservation planner. Applicants have been required to submit any documents in advance of the meeting. Staff will control the slide presentation that includes everything submitted by the applicants by the deadline in accordance with submittal requirements. Applicants simply need to ask staff to advance to the next slide during their presentation. Applicants, staff, and board members are required to give their name when speaking. And please come to the podium when you're going to speak. That mic is the only way we can record you. The order of the meeting will be as follows. First, an introduction and overview of each project by the city staff to the board and for the public. Then the applicant presentation, which has a 10-minute time limit or as determined by the chair, and any questions of the applicant by the board. Any and all presenters should clearly state your name for the record. Persons affiliated with the project, owners, developers, designers, consultants, should speak during this portion rather than the public comment portion. Then we'll have written public comment. All applications here today are part of a public meeting, so written public comments were due by noon the business day before the meeting, and any received comments have been transmitted to the board members. Then there will be a spoken public comment, a 10-minute time limit or equivalent to the applicant presentation as determined by the chair. The applicant does not respond to comments made during public comment. Please clearly state your name for the record when making those comments. Then we'll have city staff comments and recommendation, followed by the applicant's clarification of public comment and city staff comments, which a 5-minute rule applies. The applicant then takes a seat and only speaks if called upon. Then we'll have board discussion and a vote. The results will be posted on the city website at www.charleston-sc.gov/BAR. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred. We are going to make a deferral on item number 1, which is review of the minutes from the November 9th, 2023 meeting. I don't believe everyone's had a chance to review those properly, so we're going to defer that until the next meeting. Yeah, I think we do need to call a vote on that. So I'll make a motion for deferral. Okay. Okay, we have a second from Julia, and we'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, then we'll move on to our first item on the agenda. 203 Romney Street. Frankie, can you read us on what's going on?
203 Romney Street is a category 4 in North Central circa 1925 in the historic materials demolition purview. Requesting demolition approval for changes to fenestration and doors. This is the structure's location on Romney. Some existing site photos. This is the rear of the building from page 4. Sanborn map from 1944. And the architecture inventory from 2003. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Come up and
Good evening, Howard Lee Gatch, the owner and builder of the property. Here just request to go in kind on everything. Well, I'll give just start with the overview. Let me see. I get this working.
you put it at my computer, and if it won't work, I can click for you. Sometimes it's fussy.
So this is at a dead end street at Romney Street off of King Street. I'm requesting to change the front door back to the original location to the right, center the window to the right in the middle. There's another left door here. It's a duplex, has 2 meters. It goes upstairs. And, next slide. This is the existing elevations. Just note the original structures, just this here, it's a square. This was sort of added on at one point. For historic preservation, gave me a site map she Frankie just showed. And then this was added on too at some point. It has major rot and termite damage throughout. These, assuming these are, the original windows, we keep all of these. This is a 2x4 roof, again, that was added on later years. We just remove that roof and continue the original roof line down. One thing that I discussed, historic preservation, they like to keep the original roof line. So when we rebuild this, that's continuous. So we'll rebuild the roof line as it originally was with the rafter tails. We'll come in with the new addition on the side and bring that down to another thing. And it is, since it's the original structure, it's small square structure. What I talk, as we remove the original siding, a lot of, I can preserve and get it up to code with sheathing. We'll take the original siding and we'll use it, as much as we can, but definitely do the original part of the building and then trim out the piece so that original part sort of stands out separately. One thing, can't really see in this picture, but from the site view walk through this morning, this, I'm particularly preserve that whole original staircase in there. So I'm going to implement that, keep that, and into the structure, into the renovation on the inside. And then as I go up on this, to build this up to extend the second floor, I'll replicate all these windows, keep these. Then on the front, you can see these are 2/2. So I'm assuming this is probably the original style windows. They're sheltered from the elements of the east sun and the rain and so forth. So we'll run a couple of those I could save, repurpose them, and then replicate them in kind. And then on the back side, same thing, just keeping everything, exactly the same to replicate the original design and look at the house. Next slide. This is looking east going to King Street. It's the house on the right, some block houses across the street. This is directly across the street looking north, looking south, southwest here. Remember, there's only 2 dead-end streets here. So you really, the view that you're seeing is this, will be this side. Next slide, please, Frankie. Site map or site plan. Basically just taking this, extending this down and bringing it up where it aligns 1 foot and then closing that in. Then we'll run all the plumbing, original storm water and sewage and so forth. All this, so I'll run all the original plumbing, all the bathrooms and kitchens, and all run on this side, so we're not disturbing, the delicate structure as you saw this morning. It's a real fragile structure, and this is all would be added in, just filling that in. And then again, keeping the original house, it's just this little square block, and then trimming that out where it shows once it's all done, but then using in-kind on the rest of it where it all blends also. Next slide, please. See, existing first floor plan, proposed first floor plan. Again, just taking the door. Actually, existing, the door's right there. So this door just come over here, and this original staircase, you know, so I'm going back to the second, next slide, please. Again, the original staircase going up, existing, this was a little add-on with that roof running over. Again, when we build that, we'll make the roof original, the tie and the rest of it, tails and so forth, and tuck that under, so that shows. Then, it's 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Next slide, please. Here, just, these not original doors, and I'll go like matching doors and matching windows, you know, 2/2 glass, nice wood doors. And then, you know, again, switches back, so we have a original symmetrical layout on the house, which would be much more attractive. Any of the windows that I can't rebuild, replace in kind, original, you know, true wood divides. And hopefully this is added later on, but what I'll do with these little windows, I'll match the little side windows, you know, to go, you know, over here. And then those are sort of like your little kitchen area, so forth. Again, so that'll stay symmetrical and look nice and rounded. Next slide, please. Existing back, again, replicating those as we bring that back, you know, this will change here. That's how the original, how they did that roof line. So this morning, you know, I thought it was a great idea. You know, we'll just make the original roof line over and the new one tuck up under and have the original rafter tails where it flows back, and we're in the same type of windows that are on the east side on the back part. And again, the 2/2 stained wood doors on the rear. Next slide, please. As you guys saw, you know, this morning when they added and they built that, obviously they didn't have any code inspectors or whatever, because it's built with 2x4s. So I'll rebuild this and tie it in with the rafter tails and 2x10s and just extend it out to match it. And find the original addition done. And then here, this, you know, here, it doesn't show it here, but here's where, you know, after stroke preservation this morning, I'll run that trim, you know, where it really separates that the original house, you know, so it'll tie in nicely with all in-kind siding and one color in the rafter tails. But then if everyone, you know, people enjoy the stuff like you guys and myself, you know, sit there and say, oh, that was original structure here, and here's original staircase, and also on the other side, you know, I'll do the same. And just as a little, you know, a nice touch, you know, stuff. I like stuff like that myself. Next, please. This is the side. All this just completely rotted out. Got it shored up right now. And then again, this will drop down. We won't tie it in for these plants. We'll drop it down and just run it like that. These windows I wanted to remove. They're just frames there now. I'm open to that. If you guys want, you know, me to tie in some windows, I can do something there. It doesn't, you know, either way. Next slide, please. And then this is the proposed. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Do any of my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
For staff, could you just briefly like clarify the history of the additions?
I can try. Most of what that we had was from the 1944 Sanborn,
Addition.
which does not show any of the additions. And that's really the only dated document I've got on this particular address.
So,
I don't know if we didn't find it or if I don't have it in any of the slides. You can't see it in the architecture inventory, so we're not sure if it had been constructed by that point or not, and it doesn't reference it in the tax records.
Questions? Move on. Is there any written public comment?
For this one, there were no comments submitted.
Move on to public comment. Does anyone here wishes to speak?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciated the opportunity to attend the site visit this morning. We are encouraged by efforts to return this house to active use, but concerned the proposed scope of material removal to facilitate additions and alterations is a little heavy-handed. While we are not opposed to the concept of a rear addition, the roof line should be below the eave of the historic house to ensure legibility of its original form. The side addition similarly obscures the building's historic footprint and should be restudied. Lastly, as this project progresses, we encourage the applicant to pursue repair rather than replacement of historic material to the greatest extent possible. We've spoken with the applicant and are grateful for their willingness to study these elements. We look forward to seeing this project progress. Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll move on to city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay, staff had a few observations. The current door location aligns with the current center first floor door aligns with the second floor porch door. Removing the roof on the rear addition will erase the history of the addition. Sorry. When I copied things over, it didn't copy everything. Got sent back and forth between Tori and myself, so I might have lost something. So we were just talking about that the existing form of the addition hasn't changed, that the rear addition is still there, even though the roof material is not historic. And the staff can review the changes to the windows per the north of line policy. If they are conforming to what we are allowed to approve, which I believe what Mr. Getch is suggesting is follows the policy statements. The staff can review the replacement of the windows, just not the relocation of windows. Staff is recommending approval for fenestration changes and denial for removal of center door and the rear addition roof. That's what we had proposed. Did not show any, did not show that the original form of the rear addition would be maintained.
Thank you, Frank. Does the applicant wish to make any clarification of public or city staff comments?
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. And I appreciate things work on this. I'm excited to work on the project. And just to clarify, I don't want to remove the center. I just want to relocate it, give it more symmetrical, I think a much more attractive finished look. And from what I can tell, that door used to be on the right because of siding and so forth. How it's replaced a different siding, filling in those gaps. Rear addition roof, that as Frankie mentioned out, there's really no historical stuff in there. As you probably saw this morning, there was plywood replaced in there where they patched it and so forth. 2x4s, just it would not be structurally sound to try to keep that roof on there. Hurricane code, building code, and everything else like that. Again, it looked, it's not an original, it's, it should be to add on at some point later on.
Thank you. All right, we'll have a board discussion and vote.
Yes, but I think because this is demolition only district, I think what we're actually looking at is the demolition of windows and doors as illustrated on drawings, which would be the front door and the windows. The demolition of the roof structure on the addition and the demolition of a significant portion of the west wall in way of the addition.
Correct.
I may have missed something, but that's right.
I
Sort
think you
that
got
out.
everything.
Sometimes it gets a little hard to sort of separate all that out. So I think what we're actually looking at is just a demolition of those elements. The addition, I mean, certainly is not original. I think if you're looking at the material that's left in there, I think it's reasonably early. I think it could be certainly pre-1960, maybe not pre-1950, but and so I think yeah, it's in pretty rough shape, but I don't think it's totally without consideration.
Yeah, I think it'd be really helpful to have a clear sense of the age and the evolution of the additions. That I guess I'm really not opposed to there being two-story mass back there. And if there's any premise of it being added on to the existing addition, then it would be, I assume, flush and not recessed, no reveal or anything. I think I'm probably okay with that too, as long as the rear gable rake remains and corner boards delineated, you know, early versus now. That's just all I've got.
I apologize, I wasn't able to make this second. But in looking at your drawings, and I know sometimes this is an area where we appreciate somebody's willingness to do as much work on a structure and retain as much as you can, is what you're doing. And I just feel like, and you all may say differently because you saw it on site, that the minimal change to the front, it wouldn't have been unusual to have doors either side and something in the center, even if something was above. And if it is just in theory, the demolition related to that and to the roof structure, which is not historic as far as we can tell, it's older, but not as old as the original house and not on the Sanborn maps. And with the accommodations that I think the applicant's willing to make, just of his own accord and working with Preservation Society, I'm comfortable with what's being.
Oh,
So I was trying to figure out a way to thread the needle, since all we can prove is demolition. And if we just accepted this like it is, then the whole roof form would just be extruded and that
Right.
memory would be lost. So just thinking about the motion for approval with select omissions. The rear gable rake must remain. And the corner boards. To the corner board at the southeast of the original structure.
So we have a motion on the floor for approval. The conditions that the rear gable rake remain and that the corner board southeast corner. Is that correct? A second to that motion?
I'll second.
Yeah. And all the votes. Eddie,
I in favor.
William,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
and chair votes yea in favor. Motion passes.
This question, can you explain that rear gable rake?
It's just, I think, like you were talking about with, Laura and just so that there's still the visible rear gable structure, so someone can still see that. It's not just extruded over the new addition.
Yeah, so your new roof line will just sit just below your old roof line.
Sorry.
Your new roof line will sit just below your existing roof line.
Okay. Okay.
Just like you were
Yeah.
saying.
Tuck it under the
Yeah, so
window.
just tucking it under.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Making you proud of this project. You will be. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Any second. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to next item, which will be item number 2 on the agenda, 58 St. Margaret Street is the applicant present.
58 St. Margaret is a category 4 in Wagner Terrace, circa 1950, in the historic materials demolition purview, requesting demolition of the garage. This is the property's location on St. Margaret Street. Site photo of the garage. And then we've got some photos of the house. Context of St. Margaret. And then Sanborn maps. And that's architecture inventory from 2004 of the house. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Shelley Clark Lible from Clark Lible Architect. We are just at this point just asking for demolition of the garage. I have found records from the city that they looked it up for me while I was at the permit center, and it was from 1963. Still 50 years old, but it's not original to the house or contributing to the neighborhood, and obviously it doesn't have any character defining features. We do have neighborhood, some neighbors' signatures. And, I didn't know if we needed to go through the whole thing. Basically, my drawings just showed demolition of the building.
This would be written public comment, but I don't know if it's submitted that. Do we have any other written public comment, or do you want?
Public comment, we do not have any other written public comment submitted. And yeah, this was just the agreement of 2, 3, 4, 5 neighbors that were in favor.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Thank you. City staff comments and recommendation.
Okay, staff just had 2 observations that the structure is exposed CMU with asphalt single shingle siding. I'm sorry, I got a migraine all day. And that there are no character defining features. Staff recommendation is approval.
Yeah, I wish to make clarification. Okay, we'll move to the board discussion and a vote.
Make motion.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. Julia, second.
I'll second.
Fillmore. Okay, all those, Eddie Fada,
Favor?
Julia. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes majority. Motion passes.
Very much.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, which is 252 Congress Street.
252 Congress is a category 4, but group 1 under our historic materials demolition purview policy. It is in Hampton Park Terrace, circa 1940 in the historic materials demolition purview. They are requesting demolition of windows. This is the property's location on Congress Street. Existing site photos. Existing site circa 2019. Some context of Congress Street. And Sanborn map. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, my name is Tyler Smith. We're working with the owners of this property. It's a 1940s house, pretty unusual, stucco siding over wood framing. It's been there for quite a while. There are some existing vinyl windows that were installed about 20 years ago. And they have the stickers on the windows, and we were asked to come in to receive the permission to remove those vinyl windows, to replace them with better windows. All of the existing historic windows will be kept and restored. There are only a handful. And we shortened up one window, raising the sill in order for it to work better with a proposed kitchen that we made. Don't think I have anything else to add. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Staff, if you don't mind, like, I just don't know what we're deciding here.
The vinyl windows themselves are not under our purview. It is just the opening size that would be. So the opening itself would be.
There's just one window that's getting its sill raised, but otherwise everything's the same.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. There are a pair of windows. They're on the west elevation. And if you go to, let's see, if you have the second elevation sheet, you can see behind the pair of windows that are being restored, there's another pair of windows that we are shortening by raising the sill. The head height would remain the same, and we're actually matching that with the adjacent window, which will be in a bathroom, to replace another oddly installed window in order to bring that elevation into sort of a better layout, more sort of pleasing to us, without having to do a window well behind the countertop, which we don't think is called for in this case.
And then that next window toward the north is also converted to door and moved, right? Not right?
That next window is remaining in its existing size. There's an odd plywood fill over it, and then there's a double hung. So we're going to remove all of that.
The next one, the last one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With a stair.
That window, right. That's a window that for interior planning, we would like to remove, and we would like to place a door in its place next to a smaller house.
Okay, so it's really those two items, right? Still facing and a window through the door. Okay, thank you.
Frank, do you have any written public comment?
We do not.
Okay, does anyone here wish to speak from the public? So,
Hi, my name is Kevin Everly. I live around the corner and was recently an officer with the neighborhood association until just very recently. And I apologize for my dress. I hate to show up to these meetings looking like this, but I spent all day on a ladders painting a house. And really I wasn't planning to come tonight, except that I wanted to find out sort of what Julie was maybe asking, like, why was this even coming before the board? So went to the site meeting this morning and everybody was already gone. So I stood around with Tyler for 20 minutes or so at the site this morning, just kind of jawboning about the project, and couldn't really totally figure out what the purpose was. So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something. If all that is going on is adjusting the height of one of the windows, I know I'm totally in favor of that, given the good quality of the work, especially given the terrible quality of work 2 doors down, where all the windows of a National Register contributing house were totally ripped out and replaced with dissimilar vinyl windows with no public input or BAR review at all. So given the standards, apparently totally in favor of this one.
thank you. The applicant wish to make any clarification? Thank you. Okay, oh, I should have asked for city staff comments before I said that. City staff's comment.
We just had the comment that the vinyl windows are not under our purview, just the opening size. And that the proposed openings are proportional to existing. Staff recommendation is approval.
Now, any comments? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on then to more discussion and a vote.
Move for approval.
Motion for approval.
I need to clarify what we're approving or denying. I think it's pretty obvious. Just says that they're requesting demolition of windows.
For the drawings. For drawings is submitted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion for approval, for drawing submitted. By Mr. Bava, do I have a second? Second, Julia, thank you. All vote, Eddie, Julia,
Okay, David.
one,
Yeah, thank
chair votes majority, motion passed. Okay, we're gonna move on to next item, which is number 1 Rosemont Street. Becky?
1 Rosemont Street, which is the front house at Unit B, is a category 4 in Cannon Borough, Ellensburg, for the 1890s in the Old City District, requesting demolition of 1-story structure. This is the property's location on Rosemont. Existing site photos. Some context, this is northwest of the site. And then east of the site, sorry, it's a very odd street. And this is then the view from the crosstown. The architecture inventory from 1985. And Sanborn maps, it shows up first in 1902. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Skip Wallace. I'm with Island Architects. We've been working with Colin Colbert on his 158 Spring Street project. And Colin is considering buying 1 Rosemont. It says on the application, he's the owner tonight. He's considering buying 1 Rosemont Street, which adjoins our property on the east. And he's asking me to take a look at the property and give him my thoughts. As you know, the property has 2 small older structures in extreme disrepair. If left untouched, these buildings would rapidly deteriorate and would be lost completely fairly soon. We had a structural analysis done. It was determined that structurally they are complete loss. Floor joists are broken, brick foundations are in bad shape. Trees are growing through the structure to the north, and both have vines growing through the roof and walls. If someone was to try to restore both structures, what they would be able to salvage is probably 10% of the existing materials by our estimation. So what you wind up with is a new materials in the form and shape of an older building, not the best way to respect and preserve history. Drawing on my experience with historic restoration, namely 26 years on the Historic Preservation Committee in the county I lived in south of Richmond, Virginia, and 4 houses I've restored personally for my own use, 3 from the 1800s, 1 from the 1700s. And while this may not be a popular position and one I don't take lightly, I truly believe that no one would be able to justify restoring these buildings based on the level of deterioration, the small size, they're less than 400 square feet each, and the remote location on a dead-end street off of a major thoroughfare. The only hope would be to have a contiguous property such as Collins, if they would assemble them into a larger parcel and project and would have the incentive to address the situation. My client's willing to restore one of the houses to its original state, removing the structure that is in worse shape and presents the neighbors on Rosemont with significant challenges to navigate around it and to live with its state of decay.
Thank you, Skip. My name is Colin Colbert. I'm with CKC Properties, and we are working on a development that backs up to this lot, 158 Spring Street. 158 Spring Street has 4 parcels that are about 27,000 square feet. We placed 1 Rosemont under contract with the hopes of tying this into our development and expanding our development into this site. And I'm here tonight to strongly urge the board to consider this application for demolition of the front structure, but preservation of the rear structure. I'm doing this for 4 reasons. The first, as Skip mentioned, if we are to preserve this front building, I believe only 10% of the historic materials will be left. Yes, the form will be there, but the history will be lost. Two, it's gonna have a positive impact on the adjacent neighbors. It'll provide proper ADA access to the buildings adjacent to it. It'll remove the rodent infestation that currently resides in the home, and it'll remove the unsafe nature of living adjacent to a home that's from the structural engineer's report, near collapse. Third, the historic benefit of reintroducing Rosemont into the Canberra Elliott Road neighborhood will provide a much greater positive impact than removing the house will have in terms of a negative impact. In the 1960s, the Septima Clark Parkway cut through the Canberra Elliott Road neighborhood, severing Rosemont from historic Canberra Elliott Road. It used to be a slow street, as you can see from the Sanborn maps, that could walk through the neighborhood through Bogard Street without a major thoroughfare, providing dangerous access to the neighborhood. If we're able to acquire this, we'll be tying it into our lot at 158 Spring Street, providing a pedestrian walkway from Rosemont to Spring Street, a safe way to egress the neighborhood from Rosemont, which had lost that opportunity in the 1960s. Fourth, and most importantly, we need to consider the financial reality and the risk of losing both houses. I know that's an unattractive thing to say when considering preservation, but these homes maintain 400 square feet. There isn't a market to sell 400 square foot homes in today's real estate market. The cost to renovate these homes will be between $300,000 and $400,000 per home. They need new foundations, new systems, and there is no investor that's going to come in and buy this parcel as a standalone parcel to do this renovation. And our fear is that if we don't buy it, both homes will be lost forever. So what we're offering is an opportunity to provide the best chance of preservation for this lot, preserving the rear structure while demolishing the front structure and allowing us to justify it financially by tying it into our development behind it. I truly believe that this is the best preservation option for this site. I know no one likes to hear it, but that's the reality of this situation. I understand everyone I've met with the Preservation Society, Historic Charleston, the neighborhood groups. I understand it, their position, but sometimes perfection can be the enemy of the good. And when you shoot for that, we could end up losing both of them altogether. So I strongly encourage you to consider that when making your decision tonight. Thank you.
You have any questions?
Staff actually needs a clarification. Per your application, 158 Spring Street LLC is the owner of this property?
It is not.
Okay, per your signed application.
No, I hear you. I was a mistake. It must have been a scrivener's error.
BAR normally requires a letter from the current property owner if you are not the property owner, giving permission for us to review the demolition.
We've never done that before.
We've always done that. If you're not the property owner, we've always required a letter.
For what purpose? If we aren't demolishing it, we aren't causing any damage to the property. We're simply asking for an approval.
Because the city can't approve of demolishing somebody else's property. I mean, the city can't give you approval to demolish somebody's property that doesn't belong to you. That's why we
So
always get a letter.
we normally have to have a letter, and you've indicated that you are the property owner. So if you're not, then we would need a letter from
Do
the
you
property.
have the application? I believe 158 Spring Street was the applicant.
No.
See it real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, I apologize. That's not the case. We own the lots next door. So when I've set the application, I must have had that in there, but we'd like the board to review it. I think, the property owners are aware we're here tonight. They're well aware of it. They're hoping that we get approved and we buy their property. And I think that it would be a shame not to review this for subscribers here. I mean, there's plenty of applications. Is it just demolition or is it for like alterations to a house?
Just demolition.
Well, then that makes no sense, because it's the same thing. You can't approve alterations to someone
That's
else's.
for everything, you're doing it on behalf of someone else.
Well, normally it is if you're the designer, if you are for whatever reason representing the owner as their design professional. Then yes, that is not a problem because you have been employed by them to
Sure, sure.
do the work.
Well, they've employed us to go for this. And you've never required
Yes.
an architect to get a letter from the owner saying they've been employed to do it, so why would we be any different?
Yeah, Colin, I've been. with
Because
the
we've
VA
always asked.
I've been with
for
you
one
since
and-
1999, and we have always required a letter from the owner if you are not the current owner. Because the city and the VAR cannot approve and give you approval to demolish a property that does not belong to you.
This approval doesn't give me a permit to demolish it. I can see that when we get to the permit stage to take it down, but this is a simple approval to
Just
go to the next steps. And I don't know how this would be any different from alterations to a house that I'm sure half of these architects are in here tonight presenting for alterations for a home that they don't own without letters from the owner. So why would this be any different?
This is demolition.
I understand that it's the same as an alteration to someone's
No, it's
home.
not.
No,
It's not.
it's
Once
not.
it's gone, it's gone.
Just out of curiosity.
Yes, sir.
The owner's. The owner's name on the applicant, is the correct owner's name on the applicant?
No.
Well, I don't see how we
I
could
think
prove it.
that's
That's the problem.
kind of it.
The owner's name is.
You'll know when architects present on behalf of projects, they get up and they'll state, my name is, and I'm here representing the owners of this property, whoever. And it's that standard arrangement. So I think we have obviously a procedural issue here that we really can't review this.
We can't legally.
application right now.
Would it be,
Can I get like my attorney, can we at least move through the proceedings and then you don't have to, we can have a vote and then at least go to it? Cause if not, I'm gonna have to back out of this contract and this thing's null and void anyway. So we got it. We should at least have this and hold this until our attorneys talk between the city and my attorney and figure out what's going on here. Cause the scribers there should not be an issue with the application. It shouldn't prevent the application from going through.
Ownership.
Sorry.
When it's about ownership, it's.
It is very different when it is about ownership.
could it be reviewed contingent upon a letter from the existing owner approving? Because like Colin said, he's not getting a permit for this.
We
he's
have
just getting-
required everyone else who has stated that they're not the owner to provide us with a letter to the owner before going forward.
So procedurally, we have either, I guess, one of two options. Would it be just to not vote? No action, or would it?
Procedurally, I believe-
Vote on it. I think it would be a no action. We
Yes,
wouldn't vote on
I
anything.
don't think we
No
can-
deferral, no anything. It would just be a non-action due to an improper submittal.
correct. I don't think we could take any action. When did you have it pulled up? I can't get it.
I'm gonna try to pull it up right
Okay.
now. It used to be a part of our submittal requirements that it would, because this is something that happens frequently.
I can provide the PSA
Too
that's,
late.
I can provide the PSA that's contingent on this approval. I mean, I don't know how much more of an approval you need from a seller than something that says,
If you guys would like to take, to have an executive session, I will see if I can get legal on the phone while we're out of the room.
Would you like to do
Sure.
that?
Okay, I'll make a
If you would
motion.
like a,
that
We have a motion to adjourn to executive session. Is there a second?
that sounds.
Second.
I don't know if I can get the.
We'll be back.
They know, I don't know if it's written some contract.
I have three, I have one of these tonight and then next one.
That would definitely help, but I assume they want to better through the neighborhood.
Yeah, I should be okay, but never know.
Really need to understand.
But haven't had a full after long files. Essentially. It is
That's the problem, and I get everyone, this is, I'm down for the fact that we don't run. 10 years. One of them gone. Just. It's. So I'm not trying to spend it on approach this, but I was like, we don't do things like that, we gotta take on forever. And I think sometimes like sever the arm and save the body. We want to single first.
Well, what if there's waiting for this? So small.
They don't shoot. They're. Yeah, he would have taken to it. The house now, so it's really just.
We did. It has been nice.
He says, no, I thought it did, but I don't.
Well, you lived in it.
Yeah. It might,
Yeah, I don't know how they figure out, how can they allow people that just represent to, tear off part of their house, not use windows. So we were deciding on an addition, and it's different than approving a demolition. For any alteration, someone's home, if they're saying the approval. And any change to the home or demolition.
No, did you?
Should be everything left.
They might, brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you pull it as a new one. Yeah, that was it. Let me try to call.
If I knew this guy.
Oh,
by heart,
oh,
out there. I was just in trouble with that the other day.
That's expensive. Really now or wait?
The new phones last long. No, she.
Yeah, even though they're putting in all those. Yeah. And I can't watch my phone in my front room of my house anymore.
It's in the building, still up, I would never liked us. Yeah. And I said, yeah. I just. Let's all. I wish I know you've been. Yeah.
Well, you find our gas station.
I looked at that last month.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been a great coffee shop. I was on that side. I'm there for the vote. Capers was the first, he was the big advocate for it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah, I guess anyway, I should put it in.
Applications tonight. Settle in, which is honestly.
Oh, we're still on.
Well,
Oh, no.
I don't. I'm there on my phone, I don't understand. the need for a letter from business. Adding conditions and so on.
Didn't think you were stolen.
Yeah.
Which is to your point. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll at least go back and say. You know what I mean? Just so you'll know. when
That's
they're
what I was on to. I'd like the neighbors to speak, opposition to speak. Maybe it'll, maybe.
It's not the hearing without listening, perhaps, at least if they're waived, there, you know where they land.
And maybe it would make to, an alternative application.
That's what I'm saying. You just wait till that time. Yeah, you guys You had like.
Wait a couple of years, it won't be there.
All right, now you're hurting my heart.
This is Dustin, he lives. Right.
Saying that's-
Suggesting that maybe they support as we are in that. I don't know how that would feel for you guys.
Okay, we're gonna be reconvening the meeting now. Appreciate your patience. So we're now out of this executive session.
The board went into executive session. We received advice from the city legal department. No action was taken in the executive session.
So for our discussions, as chairman, I'm gonna make a motion to defer this application pending provision of written current property owner permission to proceed with review.
Can we have a discussion at least so that I can get some idea of where your head's at and where the opposition and support is at before our next meeting?
That would be a review, and that constitutes something that we can't do. Our advice, what we basically been advised to do is defer the application. So I made the motion on the table. We'll call a vote. Julia?
Need a second.
Oh, we have a second. One more second.
In favor.
Favor, one more.
Yeah, in favor.
And chair votes in favor. Motion is for.
I mean, I'm sure they'll talk to you. I know that April and Laura will talk to you and I'm sure.
We got to talk a little bit while you were in executive session, but I'm curious what you guys have to say, and I guess, from a legal standpoint, this opens it up to an appeal where we can do a private meeting, I'm assuming. A deferral does, right?
You would, for a deferral, you will either have to provide the information that the board has requested, or if you are appealing the board motion, that's an appeal to circuit court.
We aren't interested in that. I'm just trying to get some feedback, but we'll be back next month, I suppose.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for your patience, everyone. We're gonna move on to the next application, which is number 38 Church Street. Trying to get the second. Introduce that.
38 Church Street is a category 2 in Charlestown, circa 1820 in the Old Historic District, requesting new doors installed in existing openings. This is the property's location on Church Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Church Street. Architecture inventory from 1973. And Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Melissa Voorhees. I'm an architect at Bow County Architects. Here on behalf of the owners at 38 Church. We are requesting permission from the board for approval to remove some non-historic windows in their existing openings and replace them with wood windows with true divided lights. We are requesting permission to replace one window in what we believe was an existing historic window that has since been closed up. If you could please flip to the photo page, I think it's A0.0. So you can see here, we believe this was an existing historic opening. On site, you can kind of see like where it looks like it was filled in. We weren't able to find any photographic evidence of that, which is why we're here instead of doing a staff review. But we would like to be able to put a window back in that opening. We're also requesting permission on, I believe, a 2.2. I'm sorry, 2.4. 2.2 does show where that window is that we'd like to put back. I want to flip back to that. Yeah. So, this is the window that we would like to put back in what we believe was that existing opening. On 2.4, we are requesting permission to replace an existing steel door unit with new wood windows with true divided lights and wood paneling below. We think it's more in keeping with what would be appropriate for this style of house. That's it. There is one additional change that we would like consideration for. We submitted this back in October and we weren't able to make it on the agenda. And in that time, the owners have actually thought about it a bit more and would like to add another set of French doors matching this set of French doors in this opening. Just to match and give them another point of access to the existing kitchen house here. We've reviewed all of these with the Historic Charleston Foundation, and it's our understanding that we have their support for these changes.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant?
Oh, do you have any photographs or anything to kind of clarify your vision that window was there?
If you go back to A0.0, the only photo we have is from the site. And you can it's a little difficult to see on here, but you can, this kind of red outline here, you can kind of see where it looks to us like it was infilled at some point. There are no historic photos that we can find. Linda checked for us. We did some digging with the owners and they're like what they have from historic archives, but we weren't able to find anything.
And the interior is still just finished and you haven't looked at it.
It is, there's some cabinetry in front of it, so we haven't really been able to open it up.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Is there any written?
There was none.
Okay, is there anyone here who wish to speak?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF has an easement on this property at 38 Church Street, and we worked closely with the applicant over the last few months to review and review the plans for the project. And we confirmed that this proposal conforms to the requirements of the easement. The proposed changes do not impact or alter historic materials, the locations where they're wanting to put new windows. There's evidence that there were openings in those previous locations, and then the remainder of the changes are to correct alterations that weren't sensitive to the building to make it more historically appropriate. So we are in support of the application and we respectfully request approval.
Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none. Frankie, city staff comment.
Okay, staff had a suggestion of maybe changing the light pattern to differentiate from the main structure. And staff recommendation is approval with staff condition.
Yeah, okay. Like to make any follow-up comments or clarifications to city staff or public comments? Any comments?
Thank you for your comment. We do feel strongly that the 6/6 pattern is in keeping with what would have been there. So we'd like consideration for what we have proposed.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and then move on into board discussions and votes.
Frank, are you okay with us considering the verbally conveyed desire to add another set of French doors?
I don't have a problem with that.
I personally think it's all fine. And good.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I guess the one thing that I would be interested to see, and I appreciate April's comment from HCF. There's a degree of confidence that that window was in that location, or is that something that maybe could be better verified once interior demolition is
There's
done?
evidence on the stuff.
There is
There's
evidence.
cracking around the,
Okay,
that's coming through the stuff. It was covered over and stucco's cracking and that was.
okay. That assertion you believe is correct, as the easement holder. Okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right. All right, does anybody want here to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for conceptual approvals.
Yes.
Any level, okay. Motion for conceptual approval as submitted. And a conditional approval. Second set of French doors. The first floor of the kitchen house pending updated documentation.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Is that documentation to be reviewed by staff?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Eddie. We have a full vote. Eddie,
In favor?
Julia,
In favor.
one more.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes majority, the motion passes. Thank you.
And staff can review that additional documentation in the comment.
item, which would be number 7 Murphy Court.
Seven Murphy Court is a category 4 in Radcliffe Borough, circa 1890 in the Olden Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for windows, second floor addition at rear and remove shutters at second floor on west elevation. This is the property's location on Murphy Court. Existing site photos. Some context of Murphy Court. Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And the architecture inventory from 1985. Now we'll turn it over to the applicant.
All right, good evening. I am Mackenzie Conlon with Vignette Architecture. We are representing the homeowner on this one. So basically what we are presenting is just a second floor addition at the rear of the home. If you look at the floor plan, the second floor, I believe it's A102. You'll see it is just a extension of this rear bedroom. In addition, we would be adding 3 new windows in that bedroom. They all would be matching the existing windows, all of that. In addition to this, the other change that we are presenting is on the west elevation, the addition of Bermuda shutters, just along the second floor windows. That is pretty much it. If there's any questions or concerns, be happy to answer them.
Any questions of the applicant?
So the goal of the addition is just to kind of enlarge that third bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's currently pretty tight in this back bedroom. So we'd like to, increase the light that's in there and increase the space as well.
Question?
Oh, yes. Was anything required related to a variance? Zoning or anything? I'm looking at where
We
you
did
sit
go
on the
through
second.
zoning and obviously you'll see along the setback line.
Yeah.
That the existing home is, I believe it's just about a foot over that setback line. and
Did you have to
we-
get a variance for your addition or? Was that okay?
No, they just approved it that
It
it
was
was, okay.
Okay, extension. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any written public comment, Frankie?
No, sir.
Okay, does anyone here wish to speak to this application?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society Charleston. The PSC is not supportive of this proposal that would be disruptive to this unique streetscape of 4 intact sister houses on Murphy Court. The massing of the proposed second-story addition is insensitive to the historic form of the building and would be highly visible. While we are not opposed to a rear addition, it should be situated linearly behind the main body of the historic structure in keeping with Charleston's traditional development patterns. Thank you.
For Charleston Foundation and April Wood, HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for the second floor addition and Bermuda shutters on the second floor. And although we understand that it is easiest to add a second floor directly above the existing first floor addition, the additional height in this location negatively impacts the historic character of the building because it cuts into the existing roof line and it extends across the width of the one-story piazza, resulting in a highly visible addition. There would be less impact to the historic character of the house if a traditional hyphen is constructed and the new addition extended to the rear of the lot. Additionally, Bermuda shutters are not an architectural feature that used traditionally in Charleston. We believe that a Bermuda shutter would detract from the historic character of the house. We respectfully recommend denial of the Bermuda shutter and restudy of the rear addition. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak? And Frankie, real quick, before we go into, city staff comments, can you pull up the elevations just for the gallery, just? There are a lot of comments. There we go. Great. Okay, Frankie, city staff comments.
Staff had an observation that the proposed addition is to a previous rear addition. Staff condition for approval, Bahama shutters are inappropriate for this location and should be restudied. And the proposal should be differentiated from the existing structure. Staff recommendation is approval with staff conditions.
The applicant wish to make any clarification comments to city staff or public comments?
Thank you for your comments. You know, we feel as if you go to the front elevation, A201, we feel as if this rear addition is really not extremely visible from the street. I believe we submitted 2 or 3 letters from neighbors directly on the street, directly next to us, and they all gave their support for this addition. You go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is the right elevation, the west elevation. Again, we feel that this, you know, addition really cannot be seen very clearly from the street, and that it would not impede on the views from that angle. Thank you.
Thank you.
May staff ask, did you send those with the submittal or were they sent later? Your letters?
They were sent and we submitted to zoning.
Okay. BR didn't receive those from zoning, so I do
Okay.
apologize.
Okay, we'll move on now to more discussion and a vote.
While we're looking at this elevation, if I can just ask the applicant, do you think those columns are really that tall? Just wondering about some of the drawing.
I believe so.
Anyway, talking, I would agree with staff and the preservation groups that the shutters really aren't common for these historic dwellings, but proper operable, you know, hinged shutters would be fine. And in terms of the addition, I agree that the way it violates that nice old roof line is not good. And ideally, it would be entirely behind the existing gable, but I might even be able to entertain something projecting a little bit if it were a flat roof that was tucked under the existing historic eave, which I know would be probably a low ceiling height situation, but I could maybe get behind that.
I tend to agree with the preservation groups as well. I mean, the existing addition is not ideal, but because it's perpendicular to and wider than the historic structure, which is not what we'd like to see. It's existing. It imposes on the porch roof, and certainly I'm sure blocked a historic window. It was on the first floor, but it's there. I think that adding that second story blocks the eave and imposes pretty substantially on the historic roof, the returns, blocks an existing historic window and exacerbates a already existing, not too delightful condition of an earlier addition. And I certainly agree that Bermuda shutters are not appropriate. So I don't think I'm in favor of that second story addition as it's currently submitted. I think a little bit more study could come up with something that would be more appropriate, certainly could be supported.
Just briefly agreed. I think the Bermuda shutters, again, we recommend that those are rethought, another solution. And it does look like you know, if the goal is to expand that rear bedroom area, it could be done without extending over the first level of that addition and set behind the body of the main house, which may be more appropriate.
I agree with the comments that have been made, so, someone care to make a motion?
Or make a motion for denial as submitted.
One more for denial, go a second to that motion.
If it's just clear that we're not saying you can't do second level addition, it's just not this second level addition.
Yes, oh, absolutely,
Denial
yes.
as- Your motion is
Just-
for denial as submitted.
Yeah, just as submitted, that's fine. Just as submitted.
Is there a second?
I'll say.
Motion on the floor for denial as submitted, made by Wilmore with a second from Eddie. We'll call the vote. Eddie?
In favor?
Julia? Wilmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes majority. Motion passes. Move on now to 218 Rutledge Avenue.
218 Rutledge is not surveyed in Kenneborough, Elliottboro. We have pre-1852 for part and 1929 through 44 for part. It's in the Old City District. They're requesting conceptual approval for restoration of two structures to the pre-1980s facades. This is the location on Rutledge. Existing site photos. Some context of Rutledge. We've got an article from 1987 regarding the two-frame dwelling house and masonry block store. Sorry. And Sanborn maps showing the history of the structures. And I will turn it over.
My name is Tyler Smith. We're working with the owners of this amazing property, which has an interesting history. It appears, we looked at the building and right now, I would say these two buildings are two of the most homely buildings, maybe in the city, but certainly in the neighborhood, we think. And they've been treated badly. It's not their fault. A corner of the original structure appears on the Bridgens and Allen map in 52. That's the first map that you see there. And when poking around in the building at first, I elevated some drop ceiling tiles and saw some unusual beadboard, and it looked like there was something old in there in spite of the current appearance. It was once also a much larger property, twice as deep as it is now. And the easternmost portion of it was sold and reparceled to some properties that front on Spring Street now. It has a very unusual shape also in that there is a north addition on the opposite side from where the original piazzas were. And it has an unusual shape that sort of follows that. We looked back and did some research. Both this property and the property to the north are under common family ownership by the Allen family. It appeared as though there was a little family deal and they went ahead and did a northern addition. And that's how that appeared. There also, as you can see, there were original two-story piazzas facing south. At some point around 1940, there was another structure that was built, a one-story structure to the south, and that was a storefront originally. You know, it was actually a storefront, very narrow shotgun storefront. It was added on to the rear. the original two-structure story was added on to the rear again, and then sometime around around 1980, a new sort of modern facade was put on it. It was sort of glommed onto it, and it was an office building for a while. It was a TV studio. And what we would like to do is to restore the buildings to the pre-1980s facades. So that is to restore the original appearance of the two-story structure, maintaining the addition, which was done in the 1920s, to the north. Unfortunately, because we need access to the rear, we're not able to restore the beautiful piazzas that were there to the south. Those piazzas we gauge to be about 9.5 to 10 feet deep. And if we were to restore anything like that, it would cut off access to the rear of the property where we have 14 parking spaces that will be used by the occupants of this building moving forward. The one-story commercial building to the south, we found a photo, the best photo that we could find is in the lower right-hand corner there. And it shows two brick columns, or a brick column. We're assuming another one mirrored on the other side, and a glass storefront. And we would like to restore that building to that appearance as much as we can. And so that's the basis of what we're doing here. Going to the, so we're actually, we're restoring a porch. Let's get to the two-story building again. I'm sorry if I'm rambling here.
You want me to go to elevation?
Go to the floor plan first, A1 10. Thank you. Currently, there's no porch on this building, and what we would like to do is restore the porch occupying the northwest corner of the property. That would be the entrance into two of the apartments in this building, one on the second level and one on the first, right below it. The other two entrances to the other two apartments, there are 4 apartments in this building now. We'd restore it to 4 apartments. Would be in the rear. Currently, there's a odd sort of entry to the side, and then there's another metal stair in the back with an entry to the second level rear unit. Okay, if we can go to the next floor plan, please. You can see there, the porch roof would be restored in the northwest corner, giving character to the house again. You know, porch, the house wants a porch, and so we can do that here. And we would restore, or rather redesign, the stairs in the rear. Next drawing, please. This roof plan, we'd like to put the AC units on the roof, as you can see there. Next drawing. I guess I can advance this camera.
It's been really finicky tonight, so please try it, but if it doesn't work, I'm happy to flip.
Very good. This is the one-story structure occupying the southern part of the property. It is currently 2 apartments. We would keep it as 2 apartments. There are no windows on the northern side of the building at all, and we would like to have some windows on that side. And also restore the storefront there. Southern side, we would keep the windows in general where they are. Next drawing, please. Just a roof plan, the AC units to the rear of the property, putting it on the roof there, as you can see. Oh, and also to give some notion of some outdoor living space for the one-story building, we'd like to have a pair of seating areas in the drive area. There would be some maybe brightly colored fabric to provide some shade, but they would be very light structures, a place to sit down and have a drink. Next drawing.
Sorry.
Okay. We studied the structure of the interior, all of the old framing, the original framing, and by that we were able to derive where the original windows once were, with the studs being mortised, and you can tell where the sills were. There were also doors there, of course, and we're not restoring the doors, so we're leaving those spaces blank, but we're restoring the areas where we believe the windows were. And you can read that from the framing, as I say there. the right drawings, you can see the existing facade and what we propose there in the bottom. Next drawing, please. Northern facade of the two-story building, totally blank. We would like to put some windows to get some light into that side, sort of a zero lot line. So those will have to be fire rated windows, and we've been working with the fire marshal on that. We think we can do this. Those would not operate. And then on the right building, that's the rear facade of the two-story building. We would take the existing metal stair, which is too steep for building code and is in poor shape. And we would build another stair that would allow access to the second level and also grouping access to the first story unit in the rear underneath it. And the other door there is a door leading to some fire equipment. Next. Drawing, please. The one-story building, blank facade to the north, existing, adding windows, as you can see in the bottom drawing, and then restoring what we think or redesigning the facade of the storefront there, bottom right-hand drawing. Next drawing, please. South side of the same, less to talk about here, although you can see we'd like to put the HVAC units on the roof in the rear of the property there. That door is leading to some firefighting equipment there. Next drawing, please. Existing elevations and proposed, so existing front, existing or whatever, existing in the top and proposed at the bottom. I think that's all I really need to present at this time, but happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Yeah.
Those fire rated windows, you're gonna be able to egress. This is like a good question, I'm just curious. You're gonna be able to egress bedrooms out of those?
Those are for light and not for egress. We're gonna sprinkle the building so that we won't have to have egress through those windows from those bedrooms. What we would like to have natural light into the bedrooms, almost like a hotel. You don't have egress through windows, but because you have sprinklers, excuse me, we can do this.
And on the historic photographs, I see where the store is kind of at grade level, but it appears that the house had like a 4-foot differential between the sidewalk and the first floor. How do you explain the loss of that? It's like that house sank.
That's a great question. I believe that in the two-story residence, and you can see and read some of the framing in there, they dropped the framing. They basically took the floor system out and they poured a slab down below it. We have, that resulted in sort of an unusual character, but you can see on the sills where the floor system once was, it was cut out. This was, again, a commercial office building for a while. And so that explains that. On the other side, on the small building, that's a bit of a mystery. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on there. The two-story building is clear of modern current base flood. And in the smaller building, we're gonna have to elevate the floor system up about 12 inches in order to meet minimum base flood requirements. Does that answer your question?
So on the northern building, you're just gonna establish a new floor level that gives you more height? Is that what's going on?
We're going to maintain the floor level that is there now.
Which is not the historic.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? No. Thank you. Frankie, is there any written public comment?
There is not.
Does anyone here wish to speak?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant speaking with us and taking some of our comments into consideration. These buildings have undoubtedly undergone significant alterations over the years, and the concept of pursuing restoration is compelling. However, if this approach is to be taken, it needs to follow the Secretary of the Interior standards to accurately restore non-surviving elements based on physical and documentary evidence and avoiding the introduction of conjectural features. The historic photographs uncovered are a tremendous resource and should be closely studied to inform an accurate restoration rather than a loose interpretation of the original design. To this end, the previously existing piazza on the south elevation of the two-story building was a character-defining feature, and we encourage the applicant to consider its reconstruction as part of this process. We also encourage restudy of the storefront entry and glazing on the one-story commercial building, per the historic photograph provided. As proposed, the storefront appears overly glassy and lacks definition along the top, and the door location is conjectural. Given the level of restudy needed, we ask the board to defer this request. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? About city staff comments, recommendation?
Staff had an observation that we appreciate the restoring to previous composition of structures. And our condition of approval was for the one-story building, building 2, to alter the light pattern of the front facade. It's very horizontal, and we would prefer it to appear more vertical. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff conditions.
Thank you. Yeah, wish to make any clarification to public comment or city staff comments?
Please, thank you. We would like to restore the piazzas to the building. However, unfortunately, with the position of the newer building to the south, if we were to restore the piazzas to something like the 9.5 to 10 foot width, it would only leave us about 7.5 feet between those piazzas and the building to the south, which is just not enough to be able to safely have cars move from the front to the back. So that's one comment about that. I understand fully the comment, and we certainly studied it. As for the design of the storefront of the one-story building, it is a fairly horizontal facade with the part of the image, the one photo that we have been able to produce, and we have looked broadly. We can look at that a little bit more, but I don't know that that facade in a one-story, relatively small building should have a vertical expression. That's just our view there. And from what we were able to garner from the image that we were able to uncover. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to board discussion and the vote.
I'm struggling with this one just a little bit. It just seems like just stretch. It's so far gone and it's so totally unrecognizable now. That the premise of restoring it just is a little bit, dishonest or like conjectural to me. But I bet if we took a vote of the public, they would prefer the flavor you're going for over what I might have in mind. Yeah, I'm just really struggling with it. And then adding to it the fact that the geometry is changing, the floor levels are changing. It's a lot. The little storefront, I can see more easily. I think the geometry of it is pretty much intact, and restoring some sort of storefront in the spirit of what we see there would be really nice, I think, for the neighborhood, especially if it were a store, but it's not going to be.
It's a pretty substantial difference between what's existing and what's on the drawings, and I think that's really positive. I've seen it in other historic buildings where the floors have been pulled out and dropped when they became commercial instead of residential. I mean, I can reel off 3 or 4 that we put reestablish the original historic floors in which would be nice, but I understand why. You know, it's not going that route. Also, the porches. I tend to lean towards the fact that what's there, this is substantially better than what's there now. And I think that the alternative of that, you know, this is sort of a reasonable effort to resurrect that building from a mid-century unfortunate grave. And so I think I would support it. I think that the detailing on this front of building 2 could be improved. There's not a lot to work with there, I understand, but I think that the detailing there could be improved. But I don't have any real objections to what's being proposed for building 1.
Yes. Well, personally, I mean, good God, look at what's there. Right? I mean, anyway, but that said, I think we're maybe it's just the wording of it, and I appreciate looking at it, what it had been to give cues, but maybe categorizing it as a restoration is not accurate. It's and I mean, I respect, but because I respect the fact that you looked into it, I think it's very cool that you found all out of what it is, but you're trying to take cues from some of that to something that maybe references the character of what had been there previously, rather than a strict restoration. And I think it's a little bit of a stretch when somebody is going to this length to do something like this, regardless of the level, to even ask for more and restore the piazzas and do all this, trying to make this a viable property. There are lots of alternatives. It could go modern, it could go, but I see it almost as you have the opportunity to do anything you want there, because what's there right now is so unfortunate. So to that end, I mean, I don't think it's, I mean, there's no reference in any way, shape, or form of anything historic that anybody could see or say. And you got photographs of it, and just by virtue of your own due diligence has found that in photographs that are there, but I don't think anybody even driving by it would think there's anything of that left. So I do think it's, you know, you could kind of dial it whichever direction you wanted as far as a design, but maybe where it stumbled a little bit is just of the categorizing as a restoration, but it's more of a
Replacement.
yeah, or a redesign of what's there. And it seems like you have license to do a lot based on what's there presently, and just taking cues from something that was there previously, but maybe not categorized as a restoration, but and think it's an improvement.
I'd say I agree with that summary, and the fact that at least there's photographic evidence
Right.
of what was there. So there is something to clue from. I guess the reservation I'm perceiving from Preservation Society is the sort of, I would assume the falsification of history or whatever. It's definitely a tip scale. It's definitely better than what's there. So, and you know, there are a lot of buildings that are new buildings that are built that emulate historic forms and even some historic detailing. So I tend to agree with Betty with your comments. Okay. All right. Ben and Sue, does anyone have a motion to put forward?
I
No,
think this should be.
No, I'm not. Somebody want to take this?
Yeah. I'll take a shot at it. I agree. This is not a restoration. This is taking the shape of, you know, the sort of existing shape and meat of a building that's been so altered that the original historic building isn't there anymore, and doing something with it that is more attractive and more appropriate for the site, I think. So, and before I make a motion, does anyone like have a board comment or a board condition about building 2 storefront. It would be more specific than something I might add.
To study the composition of the storefront.
Okay. I would make a motion for approval of building 1. Just conceptual approval of building 1, conceptual approval of building 2 with a board comment to restudy the storefront at building 2. To restudy the composition of the storefront at building 2.
I'll second that.
Composition, you said, restart storefront composition on building 2. Yeah, all right, so there's a motion on the floor and by Fillmore for conceptual approval for building 1 and conceptual approval for building 2 with a board condition for restudy of storefront composition. There's a motion and a second. Okay, so we'll call the vote. Patty?
Favor?
Julia?
No, you opposed.
Opposed?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes with the majority. Thank you.
Well, that's fine.
See that. Yeah, motion, you made the second. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, moving on to number 24 Chalmers Street.
For Chalmers is not surveyed in French Florida, circa 1910 in the Old and Historic District. Requesting a final approval to enclose the first floor porch on the east elevation. This is the location on Chalmers Street. Existing site photos. Context of Chalmers. Sandboard maps showing previous structures and history of current structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, Julie O'Connor. I'm the designer in this project. We have made all the changes that you guys had requested as part of our approval a few weeks ago. Just wanted to comment that we did look into whether there was a door there on the front or not. There was no evidence, although it was interesting, the side lights were not original to that door, which I thought was kind of cool. Could you go to the B sheets, Frankie, which show the previously proposed? So yeah, right there. So the reason why I'm back is to just ask for a revised proposal for that east deck. The top drawing right there shows what we had asked for before, which was the enclosure of the first and second floor with no fenestration. And after that, I went back and talked to Frankie and asked her what she might think if we asked to just enclose the first floor, bring that window forward that's there at the moment, and then allow the second floor of the porch to remain and actually add a roof to it. Right now, there's just a bracketed roof over the door. And so what we thought about that would be a good compromise in a way, because as you look up, you would still be able to read the form behind, see that there's a porch there, and I think that might satisfy the comments that were brought forth before. So that is the one thing that we're asking for. We have made all the other changes to the drawings from the previous approval. And I'm here for questions.
Do any board members have any comments of the applicant? Okay, we'll move on then to, or is there any written public comment?
There is not.
Anyone here wish to speak for the application?
Hello, today with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciates the applicant reaching out to us. We appreciate the revisions made since the previous proposal, but are not comfortable with enclosing the porch on the east elevation. While Sanborn maps indicate this element is a later addition, open porches are characteristic of Charleston's vernacular architecture, and it lends to a nice symmetry to the building as experienced from Chalmers Street. Therefore, we ask for this request to be denied as submitted to allow the porch to remain open. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to city staff comments and recommendation.
Staff appreciated the fenestration on the proposed enclosure and we were recommending conceptual approval. Sorry, I forgot when I was writing the recommendation that it was a final request. So may I change that to a final approval and staff to review permit drawing.
Do you wish to make any clarification?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what I said last time. I think using the word porch for this little thing is a bit of a stretch. It really is a deck that was a much later addition. And I think that the concerns last time were about, you know, no fenestration on it and also just being able to read the form behind. And I feel like we've addressed that with this proposal.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on into board discussion and a vote.
Frankie, I don't really have any issue with what's proposed, but I don't think this meets the requirements for a final review. There's no details or anything, right?
That might have been why. I'm sorry. I have got to quit doing board meetings when I have migraines. That might be why I had originally put conceptual. So you were correct. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, but I appreciate the evolution and I'm comfortable with partial enclosure of that non-original deck thing.
I wasn't here at the last meeting, so unless anybody thinks differently, I mean, looking at it, it there's a later addition. My office is right on the corner, and walk by it often, and I mean, you see it in the distance, but it does look a little out of place, and the proposal, I think, allows for the relief and kind of reference what was there.
All right.
I think it's certainly leaving the second floor porch open is better than enclosing it, but of course, there was a lot of discussion about leaving the porches open altogether last time. And so the improvement, I think it certainly demonstrates, you know, the what was there for the second floor porch. Not sure it does sort of trace the evolution for the first floor porch. I think there may be some detailing to make that a little better, but so I'm undecided.
What was it? Can I ask
It's certainly better leaving the second floor porch open.
the age of that was like, it's not that 50s.
What?
That element on the east was added in the 50s according to that.
Yeah, so I think, yeah,
Pretty honest person.
it's certainly better.
I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with final review by staff.
There's a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Eddie. Okay, we'll call the vote. Eddie?
Favor?
Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
One more?
Yeah, in favor.
And the chair votes with the majority. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to 76 Cannon Street. Thank you.
76 Cannon Street is a category 4 McKinnon Ellie for circa 1835 in the Old City District, requesting conceptual approval for fenestration alterations alterations to second floor infill, new first floor infill, and removal of rear ramp and stairs. This is the location on Cannon Street. The existing site photos. Context of Cannon Street. And images from the architecture inventory. And then our sandbar map show. And I will turn it again over to the applicant.
Hi, Julie O'Connor, designer on this project. Again, Frankie, can we go to the B sheets? I think it's the easiest way, and we can back up and look at anything that you want. But just the one right before it. Oh, next one. That one didn't really change. Okay, so last time we were here, we were proposing an addition. We are now not proposing an addition. We would just like to add a porch to the west side of the back section of the house. One of the comments last time was about the double window that we had added to that rear section of the house. So we are now taking that off the table and asking just for the single window there. And then as part of this, last time we were asking for the infill of 2 bays of the first floor piazza below the existing infill on the second floor. And what we'd like to ask for now is a trade out of those 2 bays. So we would open up the second floor 2 bays that are enclosed and then enclose the first floor 2 bays. And wanted to just mention too, that currently, and you can see that if you walk by, the whole first floor piazza is covered with louvers. They're deteriorated and falling apart there. So that is sort of what's happening change wise from the last time we were here on this elevation. Can you go to the next one, please, Frankie? The rear, obviously, we were proposing an addition that we're now not proposing. And then the east side, there was a comment last time about the removal of the stair window. I had it dotted in last time because it's inside, but it's not outside. It is currently covered over with siding. And I had it dotted in last time, and I think it may have read that it was actually there, but it is not visible. And then another comment was about the windows being, sort of moved over to the corners. And I would just argue that this is, if visible at all, very minimally visible. The photos that I have in my submittal are from a drone. And then also another comment was to maintain the corner board look, even though it's a flat wall. So we have put those back in. I think those were the big comments last time, other than the site plan. Frankie, could you go to the colored rendering? Yeah. Last time there was concern that our parking was way up on the street, and you guys requested that we pull it back to at least line up with the front of the house, which we have done, and then just sort of show a comprehensive site plan of what we were planning to do. We are going to be designing a building for behind this building, and then, sort of landscape elements and parking. So this is just sort of showing what our initial thoughts are for the site development. I think those were the big things, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yeah. All right, Frankie, we have any written public comments?
We do not have written public comment for this one.
Thank you. Does anyone here wish to speak this application? Nothing to clarify. So we'll move on then to the board discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, staff recommendation. Oh, gosh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm doing something. Sorry, Frankie. Staff comments.
Okay. I keep forgetting things too. Staff had some observations. Swapping the second floor infill for the first floor infill will be less visible due to piazza screen. Proposed infill is behind the baluster and is reversible per BAR policy. And the new porch is differentiated from the historic structure. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff review of permit drawings.
Okay, now any clarification?
Yeah, just want to say thank you, Frankie.
Okay, we'll move to board discussion and vote.
Much better.
No comments. And I appreciate the inclusion of that schematic landscape design. That's very helpful. So, do you need to say anything? Things, you good?
I'm good.
I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with review of permit drawings. I don't really understand how that's different from final review by staff, but whatever.
It's mostly just to help let the applicants know that it's in the permit, or it can be in the permit.
And does it matter what we say? They could do that.
No,
either
you
way,
can
right?
say final review by staff.
All right.
That's just kind of for us to let the staff. know.
Okay. So, yeah, okay.
So a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review of permit drawings by staff. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore. All vote. Eddie?
In favor?
Leah?
In favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes in the majority. Thank you. Okay,
More to leave.
we can try. Okay, we're moving to number 4, Troutman Street.
Fort Troutman is in Charleston Village. It is new in the old historic district. Requesting conceptual approval for 2 new attached single-family residences. This is the location on Troutman Street. This was the previous house, which was approved for demo. Some views of Troutman. And that is from the previous,
That's it.
or I guess, footprint on the property. And I will turn it over to the applicants.
Me again, Julie O'Connor.
Marathon, sorry.
Sorry?
It's a marathon.
It
sorry.
is. This is it, though. Let's go again, if you don't mind, to the beat sheets. Please. Okay, so we came in with this top proposal, and we had some good feedback from you guys, from preservation groups and staff. One of the bigger ones was to, sort of articulate the structure, articulate the form so that it didn't read as one house. And so we took that idea and firstly divided up the porch, which I think helps a huge amount. And then, sort of have these hip roof elements that read as their own little building. We have reduced the height, the height of the hip roofs, or the overall height is reduced by 2.5 feet, but the eave height, which I think is interesting, is reduced by 4 feet from the previous. And I think there was a concern that the parapet would reach, sort of as a big block, which I think the breaking up of the roof forms is a good improvement. We reduced the ground floor height from 9 feet to 8 feet, and some other height issues that helped with the reduction. Can you get to the? There was a comment about the closed shutter detail, which we removed. Go to the back. Actually, just go back to the front, I think is the main one. There were comments, a lot of comments about the roof deck, which was, across the whole building before. We would still like to ask for the roof deck, and now the start of the roof deck is about 46 feet back and behind a roof. And so I think it will be so hidden that you won't really be able to see it at all. And maybe you could show us the model, the rendering. Yeah. So, I think that the access to the roof deck is all the way at the very back, and then the roof deck itself is behind roofs. sloped roofs, so I think that is really limited in terms of visibility. And then there was one comment about having sort of pedestrian access on the street, and so that's what those arched openings and those front doors now are there on the front. So I think that's it for now. Oh, we also reduced or simplified the detailing on the house, which was another comment that it was a little bit too high style. So we've simplified the detailing.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Julie, you talked to zoning staff, right? About this, okay. And they don't have a problem with that kind of fourth level thing?
No,
No?
yeah, it's just for access, and there's a certain height restriction above the floor, and we've met all of those requirements.
Oh, floor to floor heights, I don't think they're on here. I'm just-
Yeah.
They're on here.
I might not be able
Where's
to.
the- Oh, they are on there?
Yeah. I have to say.
Is it like require, I think it requires now. Like we have to subtract things. No, we've got it. It's real clear. Sorry, my bad.
Also, the reduction of the height that we did starts to, the height of this structure is now aligned with the neighboring houses that are of a similar height.
Any other questions? Okay, is there any written public comment, Frankie?
Yes, there is for this one. We have one comment, from Carter Hutchins on behalf of the Charleston Village Association. Good. We write to you today on behalf of the Charleston Village Association to express opposition to plans now under consideration for construction of a large duplex at Fort Chapman Street that in its massing and height is unsympathetic with and inappropriate for this setting. We regret but acknowledge that the demolition of the small brick house at this address will be demolished to make way for something new. We acknowledge flooding in this area and the requirement for raising these residences above ground floor parking. The proposed duplex is, in addition to introducing a building type with little precedent in the neighborhood, too tall and in its massing inconsistent with smaller, more vertical two-story houses that form its context. The rear elevator tower is by rising to a fourth level, especially jarring and uncoordinated with the overall composition of this roof and the roofscape in the larger neighborhood. After consideration of the proposal for Fort Chapman, we recommend that one, the height of the ground floor be restudied to explore lowering its height and the effect that could have in lowering the height of the entire building. And two, disposing of the fourth floor, and by doing so, achieve a massing more harmonious with the neighborhood. Respectfully submitted for Charleston Village Association.
That's it for written.
That is it for written.
Does anyone here wish to speak this application?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for 2 attached single-family residences at Fort Chapman Street, and we thank the applicant for her time reaching out to us to discuss the project. Although the applicant has revised the drawings, we continue to be concerned about the scale of the proposed building. Chapman Street is characterized by small, single-family residential houses. We recognize that the low elevation of this area requires houses to be elevated. However, adding a second unit at the street overwhelms the block. We are also opposed to the roof deck on top of each unit. This feature does not fit in with the character of the historic district. We respectfully recommend denial of this application for restudy of height, scale, mass, and architectural direction. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciates the applicant reaching to us on this request. We feel the revisions made in response to the board's comments are a step in the right direction. However, we remain fundamentally concerned that the overall size of this building would be detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. A building of this height and massing would be severely out of scale with the streetscape pattern and neighborhood context. To address the issue of height, the foundation should not be higher than necessary to park beneath the structure. Additionally, the street-facing garage doors are not appropriate for this urban context, and we encourage exploring alternatives to handle parking on the site. Lastly, rooftop activation is not appropriate for this residential neighborhood, and elimination of this element would help mitigate the overall height. We ask for deferral for further study. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Is anyone else here to speak? Great. Mikey, city staff's recommendation.
Staff observations, garage door facing street, and not recessed per previous board comment. The garage door is forward of the front pedestrian door, which gives a precedence to the garage over the front door. The front facing garage is precedent setting with no other garage doors facing the street. DFE is 13 feet while the proposed finished floor is 14 feet. Massing is too dominant on the street, and staff is concerned about visibility of the rooftop element from Trumbo Street and from a distance. Staff recommendation is denial for height, scale, mass, and general architectural direction.
The applicant wish to make any clarification? Public comment.
Yeah, I wanted to just clarify the 2 units on the street situation, which is the zoning requirement for this property. And the only way to do the single family attached is for both units to be on the street. And so that sort of precludes the idea that we could do it in a different scenario. In fact, I had initially gone to the city and tried to do them sort of front to back, and it can't be done. And so that's kind of a zoning thing. Obviously, it has nothing to do with you guys, but this is a clarification. That's why it's designed the way it is. I think there's certainly an opportunity to recess the garages, and I continue to say there's plenty of examples of street-facing garages throughout even the most historic streetscapes here in Charleston. And I do think that we took the comments and articulated and reduced the height, and feel like we took your direction from the last time we were here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on into board discussion on the vote.
Can I ask Mr. Connor another question?
Yeah, please do.
Could you explain what you're saying about the zoning? And I may have missed it because I wasn't here last time, but.
Yeah. So in order for this property to be divided and have 2 units on it, it has to be single family attached housing. In other words, it couldn't have a front house and a back house, for instance, that were separated. And so that's why you can see in the site plan that the lot has been subdivided.
And the lot's already been subdivided?
That's right. And subdivided in the sense that it can be single family attached. So I couldn't do 2 separate houses here. It's subdivided because they would have single ownership, and that's the way the zoning is written.
But is there 2 lots
It's 2
as a
lots.
result?
It's 2 lots, but
two
they do
distinct
have
lots.
to be attached. Right, it's like townhouse, and there are a couple of townhouses across the street, so there's some attached housing in this neighborhood, but that's how the zoning is written for this lot.
Thank you.
Did that help?
Yes, thank you. Okay.
After the house is demolished, they had it redone, so
No.
it was big enough, just big enough
It's
for
big enough to
single
be able to
family
get-
attached,
okay.
yeah.
Board discussion.
I mean, it's improved. It has improved for sure. And like, you know, they were clever about figuring out how to maximize the potential of this little parcel. And so now it's kind of locked into that zoning and it has to have parking and it's just sort of like set in a lot of ways. But I do still think that the garage doors could be maybe a different design and definitely recessed back in there. And I don't know if it might help to bring the actual entry doors at least somewhat forward in those hallways. And then I think it would be worth studying, really minimizing the mass of that thing at the back, which admittedly is very far toward the back of the lot and probably not super visible from the street, but I think he would still see it, and it is definitely jarring in the elevations. And I think there might be a way to just shrink that a little so that you just have access and don't have extra head height anywhere that you don't really need it. But you know, beyond that, it's better now, and I think they were really clever in their zoning designation, and it's not a single family property anymore. You know, it's not one single family property anymore. It's kind of baked into the cake to some extent. In terms of the height of the ground floor, and they are taking an additional 12 inches electively, and maybe 6 inches of that could be conceded. You know, they have to park. They have to park here on these little lots. I don't know what else you would do other than like push the house further back and park right in front of it, which isn't any better.
Garage ceiling's 8 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I appreciate the sort of confinement that zoning's offering here to options, and Julia laid it out really well. That's one question I had in looking at this was initially how much call it hyphenation or whatever it is. If you look at either the rendering or I guess the rendering, that might be the fairest one to look at, that rendering sheet. Yeah. What's the planar break?
Pushing that back.
Yeah,
might be nice.
between those two. And one other thought I had, now I don't, you know, I'm not trying to reprogram your building at all, but the way that it appears to be set up is that at least there's an impression, and it may only be a matter of inches, but it looks like that center wall is set back maybe a few inches, maybe a corner board or maybe a little more than that. Yeah. 6, yeah. Even by illusion, that seems to be pulling usually the garage doors to the prominence. I mean, it's a matter of 6 inches, so it's very minor. But I guess one thing in looking at this, I guess the question I had was, number one, could that be hyphenated further? And then, and again, not trying to reprogram your buildings, but I didn't know if it might be possible to actually centralize the garaging within a hyphenated element and then have the entries more to the prominent sides. Just to help, again, now we do have a party wall in the middle, so I get that. So I don't know.
Recessing garage doors maybe.
Yeah, that would definitely help. I believe that was a comment that was made before, is definitely recessing the garage doors in plane, however much is possible would be a big help. And I guess my last question would be, is the rooftop deck and sort of the access and appurtenance up there really purely a want?
Versus what?
A requirement.
Well,
There's nothing other than just,
I mean, there's HVAC, which pretty much has to go up there, so from that perspective, it is, yeah, I mean. I don't know how to answer that question.
I mean, it's pretty much an accessory. Okay. Take that as a yes. Okay, thank you. All right, that was my only question.
Yeah. I do think that it would help the massing at the front if you could push that central bay in a little further, which might seem counterintuitive because we also want the garage doors to go back even further than that. But yeah, it is pretty much a big solid wall across there. The 6-inch step doesn't really have much effect. And again, I think it'd be nice to pull the actual entry doors a little closer to the street because it sort of just looks like a space under the house.
Appreciate the changes that were made. And it's certainly not an unattractive design. I am struggling mightily with the fact that I find that the architectural direction does not relate to that street or neighborhood at all. Unfortunately, there's some 20th century buildings across the street which don't either, but I don't think that means that what's going in there currently shouldn't reflect the neighborhood. I appreciate the fact that it's going to have to be elevated and shouldn't be elevated more than it has to be. I think the cantilever porches are an element that certainly is not representative of the neighborhood, and the roof structure, I think, is overpowering and certainly adds to the mass of the building. So I struggle with height, scale, and mass. And while it is an attractive building, in this location, I struggle with architectural direction.
I have another question for the applicant. They, why wouldn't you have columns at the little porches? Because they're really narrow now. That would help kind of detract from the garage doors. Is there any reason? Other than bad drivers?
Yeah. Generally, the main reason, setback.
Setback? I wouldn't.
Yeah, the building setback is 8 feet if you're driving in under the house. The front setback, it's very odd zoning.
Comments?
Well, again, first time I've seen it, and Julie, you always do nice work. So I'll start with that.
Before you rip me apart.
No, ripping you apart. Really, really, really unfortunate that this whole kind of thing happened while I was massive building. I mean, on this street and in this context. And I know you're doing everything you can to address it as best you can, but it's a tough one, because still regardless, it's a massive building on that street. And as handsome as it would be, as Fillmore said, in a location or standalone or something like that, here, I think it would be unfortunate. And that's not a criticism of your design or your architecture. But to address that, I mean, I think at the very least, some relief in that front facade, maybe between the two elements, and I know that messes with your plan, I've looked at it. It could help break that up. And although I'm not one of those that thinks that, you know, every single roof deck is horrendous. And I know you don't really see this one, but I do struggle with the fact that, is that tower really necessary? And is that something that's really going to be used, or if they want to go all the way up, stroll through the mechanical equipment and then sit on top of the roof, this far inset from all the sidewalls and kind of look over the buildings that are way, way, way much lower on either side. So I mean, I don't see the point of it. And again, that's perspective, but I don't see the point of it, and that'd be a one gesture, although I know depending on perspective, it may not be as visible, but at the very least, maybe some significant recess to that central bay. And I know it messes with plan, but I mean, I think it would go a long way, at least helping kind of start to address the pattern width of some of the other houses on that street, so it doesn't feel like broadside. And it relates to the one on the far end, but that's the broad side of the house. So again, appreciate all the detail you put in your drawings that show all of those things, and I know what you're aiming to illustrate and justify. So it's not critical of design as much, but it's just rather unfortunate that this condition was created to allow this and then challenge you as much as it has.
I just noticed that the elevator is actually going up to the roof, so that would certainly be an opportunity to reduce the mass up there if that went away.
Okay, do you have a motion somewhere?
Is it required with this being a residential structures by the nature of the fact that they're attached and have that access all the way up to the roof just for mechanical equipment? No.
Single family houses.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. But, and I understand, I get it, trying to maximize all of this and take advantage of all that stuff, but it seems to me that, again, that would go a long way towards helping things, even though you know, depending on perspective, maybe not as visible in some locations, but it does seem significant when you look at the overall massing of the building.
All right, I'm gonna try to. Do you have a motion like on the tip of your tongue?
No. Not on the tip.
Guys, what about a motion for? Gosh, I'll try this. A motion for conceptual approval with four or five board comments. One, reduce height at the first level by minimum 6 inches. Two, minimize size of roof access. To just stair access. Three, recess the middle bay on the front at least 12 additional inches. Or recess garage doors more than that. And 5 steady columns under cantilevered porch is.
Okay, so this is a motion. Okay. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval. Comments, number one, to reduce height of first floor ceiling level, minimum of 6 inches. Number two, to minimize the size of the roof access to just the stair. Number three, to recess the middle bay on the front facade at least 12 inches further. Number four, to recess the garage doors further. And number 5, to study the introduction of columns under the cantilevered porches. Do you have a second?
Well, I think, I mean, a potential tweak. If if the thing to the top isn't necessary, could we just say restudy the need for that at all? The stair and the elevator thing? Tower?
I kind of think you could get out there and no one would notice, like you could make it really small and it's just a stair, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, I think you can take over.
No, it's the right direction, so.
Now, I don't think it was staff's comment. Was it the written comment about visibility from Trumbo? Or was it your comment?
That was a Tory comment, yes.
Yes,
Cause you do
She
like
was-
come way down Trimbo looking at it.
Yeah, because you can,
Mhm.
just throwing that out. I did hear that from staffs.
If it became just like a little sloped roof hut access thing, I think that. I don't know. All alone here.
Okay, well,
Would that make you second the motion?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it could be half that big and even shorter. There's.
Right,
not
and
gonna be
I guess the
that
only
much.
reason I don't want you to jump through that hoop and come back is just a little bit. And then
Right.
I'll be here because I'm an alternate,
Right.
but then all of a sudden it doesn't fly.
Right.
But I think the consensus is it'd be really nice if it were kind of not there. or
Might have to
not at
bend
all.
over to get out.
you can say either significantly reduce it or eliminate it, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right. then we'll-
Substantially reduce or eliminate
Yeah, that I don't know entirely.
like that.
That works. Is that all right?
Yeah.
And then I second.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let me try to see if I can write this. Okay, so,
that motion failed. Can we revise it?
well, we never got a second, so they're negotiating a second. over
Okay,
there.
okay.
Okay, do we have a second to this motion? Okay, conceptual approval with the following. Number one, reduce the height of the first floor being the parking level ceiling, minimum of 6 inches. So number two, substantially minimize the roof access or eliminate. Number three, recess middle bay in the front by at least an additional 12 inches. Number four, to recess the garage doors further. And number five, to study the introduction of columns under the cantilever, currently shown as cantilevered porches at the facade. Is there a second to that motion? There is from Mr. Fayetteville. Okay. All right, so we'll call that vote. Okay, Eddie,
In favor.
Julia,
My favorite.
Omar,
I opposed.
um. I'll just insert this where there's some talks of at least 12 inches here and at least 6 inches there and things like that. That make at least more than that. Okay, so I will vote with the majority. Hopefully with the applicant's understanding of that. Okay, so that is a conceptual. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm out.
Okay, moving on, we're up to number 39 East Bay. Oh, they're all on
They're
here.
all on one.
Oh, they're all on here.
All
Oh,
in
great.
one.
That's it.
9 East Bay is a category 2 in Charleston, circa 1810 in the Old and Historic District, requesting alteration to existing iron fence. This is the property's location. Existing site photos. Looking down East Bay. Architecture inventory from 1973. And some Sanborn maps showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Right, sorry, I do have some drawings that I'm making in the presentation. I'm not sure if I have them, but for reference.
We have these in the submittal.
They are in there, okay.
I thought they were.
I didn't see when I looked, unless they were late breaking.
You do have these.
If they're in the submittal.
Friday now.
Thought we had everything in there. They're not in what I got in the PowerPoint. And then drop off.
I will think. We're never allowed to have. And I thought, why did this, that's the question.
That is the question.
Yeah, we're allowed to.
The staff was comfortable reviewing with the example provided. I'm sorry.
What example?
They provided a photo, it is in here, I know it there, that this is what they were requesting to change the fence rail to. It was something that staff could not approve. It was submitted as a permit. And it was, staff said that we could not approve it within the permit because it is a change and it is a category 2. So we were comfortable reviewing with what was submitted. So in that sense, I don't object to the drawings being provided since they're showing what we were anticipating, but if you are not comfortable viewing it, that is understandable.
It's just like, when that was in the Dropbox, you think it would have some sort of label on it or something, because I didn't know if that was on the property or what that image was, you know what I mean?
My mistake.
So I'm Elliot Simon with Richard Marks Restorations. The proposed alterations to the fence are basically to just add a bottom rail to the fence that's there now. Most of the existing ironwork has started to fail due to corrosion. The fig vines growing on it cause it to rust extensively. And all of the pickets currently are composed in the concrete cap of masonry wall. That's where the greatest deterioration is. So the intention is to add a bottom rail so that the pickets are not all encased in concrete to help kind of prevent that with the newer fence. There's really no change to the design of the fence with the exception of that. The picket styles will be kept the same. The support posts will be the same. The finials on the post will be the same. No change to the masonry wall.
Question. Is this actually labeled in reverse? The rail, the one with the bottom rail is labeled as existing and the one engaged is labeled as proposed.
Yes, that is backwards.
Okay, just making sure. Thanks.
The photograph you provided of a similar fence with the bottom rail, that's the
intention.
What's the hold off on that rail from the top of the wall?
It's 5 inches, which is the same offset from the top of the pickets to the top rail.
Right. Any other questions? Yeah. Is there any written public comment?
No, sir, there's not.
Anyone here we should speak? Just looking here. All over. The usual suspects. Okay, thank you. And Frankie, do you have a city staff comments and recommendations?
We just had the observation that since it was a category 2, the change could not be approved at staff, and that similar alterations have been made to other fences on East Bay. And we are recommending approval.
Do you wish to address that comment, any clarification? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on then into board discussion and a vote.
Any issue with it, since you asked about that spacing? I don't know why, but 4 inches would seem better to me proportionally, and there's a lot of animals that are less than 5 inches.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily has to relate to the distance from the top.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
In fact,
was
I think
thinking-
it should be a little shorter than
That's what I
that,
was
if anything,
thinking.
yeah.
No,
Can be adjusted.
Yeah.
It's easy enough.
Okay. That's it. I'll make minor comment.
Okay.
Um,
Moving forward. Just say,
Alright, so, I'll make a motion for, I'm just gonna say conceptual approval since we barely have any official documentation of what's being requested. Conceptual approval to add a bottom rail to the iron railing, with the board comment that, a 4-inch offset would seem great. And final review by staff.
okay, thank you, Julia. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor for conceptual approval to add the bottom rail with board comment to provide a 4-inch offset above the wall. And final review by staff. Here we go.
In favor?
One more.
Yeah, vote.
Chair votes with the majority, motion passes.
Yeah. I think we're just powering through to the bitter end. Is that what's happening here?
The more laptop's gonna die, so.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do Fillmore's laptop battery here. Okay. All right, the next.
It's doing fine.
Good. The next item is,
Now they're gonna slow down.
the next item is number 3, Henrietta Street.
3 Henrietta Street is a category 4 in the Garden District, circa 1840. In the Old and Historic District, requesting conceptual approval to elevate existing historic house to DFE and alterations to the fenestration. This is the location on Henrietta Street. The existing site. Context of Henrietta. Sampler map showing the history of the structure. And I don't have architecture inventory, so I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, I'm Josh Good with Quantum Reality Capture, representing the owner Adam Gibby tonight. He couldn't be here, but I do have a statement he wanted me to read before we get started with the presentation. Thank you for your consideration of a request to raise 3 Henrietta Street to DFE. As resident of the Garden District since 2012, we have lived through a handful of hurricanes that have brushed us out down the coast. We've experienced localized flooding around 3 Henrietta, not severe enough to intrude the home or create significant damage yet. Rising sea levels are a certainty. God willing, we intend to keep this home and our family for decades to come. I want to think towards the future, not just today. We are active members of the Garden District Neighborhood Association. In fact, I have the honor of serving as neighborhood president. Preserving the home while preparing for the likely reality of greater and more severe flooding is our goal. Thank you for our consideration. So we do a pretty, hopefully what I hope is a pretty simple request tonight. This project did come before the VAR maybe 2 years ago, and they were requesting a lot more changes than what we currently are. We are only requesting to raise the entire building up to the DFE and provide, new foundation wall underneath. And then we're also looking to add a window on the west elevation. Just
It has been acting up. If it doesn't work, I'm happy to click through for
yeah,
you.
if you don't mind, please.
You want elevations?
Yeah, elevations would be great. So here we have a streetscape. The middle shows the existing condition with the ground level roughly 8 inches above grade. And then down below, we're raising the building 3 foot 4 inches to get to the DFE. So as you can see, I actually think raising the building helps the building align better with what's the existing buildings beside it. If you go to the next slide, please. So here we have the existing street elevation, Henrietta Street elevation, and the west elevation. So again, we're proposing doing some wood, painted wood horizontal boards below the porch area to infill the new foundation. And all the other walls around the house will be stucco on CMU. And then on the bottom left elevation, you see the one additional window we're adding. That will replicate the window that's below it on the first floor in type and size. Next slide. And here we have the east and the south elevations. Again, no changes besides raising the building on the east and on the south. The owner wanted to add some more windows into the rear bedrooms and living area of the house. And we decided to do hardy panel infill panels between the first and second floor windows to kind of retain the verticality of that elevation versus having the siding in between. And then there's a new staircase coming down from the elevated first floor that's replacing an existing stair. Please go to the next slides. The before and after perspectives showing the raised house. On the west elevation, there is an existing like 6 foot tall wood fence that pretty much obscures the entire porch area on the first floor. So you can't really even see those wood infill panels below the porch. And you can see the rear elevation. That south elevation is pretty much not visible from the street, from Henrietta or from Elizabeth Street. So we're hoping that's not a point of attention. Next slide, please. This is the view from Elizabeth looking down. Next slide. And a view looking down Henrietta Street towards the house. The only other thing that's kind of a departure from the original design. So when we raised the building, the wall at the entrance of the porch, the parapet had to raise up 3 foot 4 inches as well to cover up the roof of the first floor porch. So that proportion got a little bit different than the original. But we went through a couple of other options, and you know, this really was the most simple way to go, and we felt it respected the house the best rather than trying to do something, you know, adding window or doing any other kind of frame or something to mess with it. So, and that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah. But one more question. Thank you. Frankie, do we have any written public comment?
We do not have any written comment.
Does anyone here wish to speak to this application?
Laurel Bay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC thanks the applicant for reaching out to discuss the proposal and taking our comments into consideration. Overall, this proposal represents significant improvement since the initial review. However, as discussed with the applicant, we suggest continued study of a more open treatment above the piazza screen door on the front elevation. Thank you.
Anyone else? Frankie, city staff comments and recommendations?
Staff had a couple observations. One for the board, since the structure is being raised above 3 feet, staff could not approve it. Unfortunately, 4 inches is what pushed it to the board instead of a staff review. The proposal is only being raised to the required height. And in case everyone pointed, there is an incorrect issue on one of the drawings, depicts the windows as 1/1. I think the grid lines are just turned off though, so the windows are not being changed. We had a couple considerations for approval. One, that the piazza screen and parapet wall should be restudied. And then per BAR guidelines for elevating historic buildings, pier infills should be recessed, louvers or custom lattice, and should not have beachy style horizontal slats or stock lattice. Staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with staff conditions and staff review of permit drawings.
Thank you, Frankie. Do you have any, does the applicant have any clarification or comments to city staff?
We're definitely willing to, or not willing, we will change the slats below the piazza to a different kind of infill panel. We're open to doing a solid stucco, CMU stucco wall down there, or custom louvers, so that's totally fine with that. And I think we'll need to work with the city on the piazza parapet wall, because I'm not quite sure that there is a better option than what's shown.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move into public, board discussion and a vote.
For staff, really the only comments I had was that maybe there was some way to mitigate the mass of that. The wall above the screen. And I'm not gonna pretend to have an idea sitting here, but.
I mean, I was just staring at the, let me interrupt. You wanna go ahead?
Go ahead.
I was just staring at the photographs of the existing piazza screen and canopy. And both the transom and the door, and even to some extent the fluted casing, don't look, pristine and original to me. So you could keep the concept of that, but have a taller door and a taller transom and just raise that canopy up. And I think that would really fill in the forehead that you're currently experiencing in that parapet.
That and the underpinning just needs not to be horizontal, it could be vertical.
Oh, right, yeah.
Something.
And I mean, I think it's the pretty textbook approach to elevating a house like this, and 3 feet 4 inches is a nice manageable distance. Personally, I don't think it even warrants the recesses in the front of the foundation, because it's just such a modest change, relatively standard foundation height at the front. That's all I got. A few details that need to be worked out, but generally I think it's good.
Just have one discussion point. I kept mentioned on that rear, was in Hardy.
Hardy panel, like in between the upper and lower windows.
Yeah. Having thoughts or perspective on that?
Visible, but
It's well, it's certainly not visible from traffic. I don't think it's visible from Elizabeth, but I drove down there and I couldn't see it, but I'm not sure because I was thinking about the back of it. But do you know if it's
We
visible?
couldn't find visibility, which is why I didn't have a comment on it.
I didn't comment because I really don't think it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're looking towards the motion here.
Okay, I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with staff conditions. And for condition to eliminate the recesses at the front of the foundation. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, I like.
I don't think it's necessary to specify the suggestions about the piazza screen, but you know, what I'm talking about. We can mitigate that for his situation.
So that was the recesses of the front foundation. Is that what it was?
So the final review by staff.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So there is a motion for conceptual approval with staff conditions and a board condition to eliminate the recesses at the front foundation. And final review by staff. You have a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you, Fillmore. Okay, we'll call the vote. Julia?
Okay, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
And chair votes you guys. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to 38 Charlotte Street.
38 Charlotte Street is a category 4 in the Garden District, circa 1910 and Golden Star District, requesting conceptual approval to remove their stairs and alterations to fenestration, fencing, gates, entry stairs, and hardscape. This is the property's location on Charlotte Street. Existing site photos. We have a previous photo just to provide a little better view without the vegetation. Some context of Charlotte. The architecture inventory from 1985. And some Sanborn maps showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for your time. My name is Taylor Femmel. I'm a landscape architect with Remark. I am here on behalf of the clients, Bob and Barbara Nee Wilson. We are starting our request conceptual approval for the removal of rear stairs, alterations to the fenestration, fencing, gates, entry stairs, and hardscaping. The architect is also here and the contractor if you have any additional questions as we move through the application. Can we start with the some existing pictures, Frankie?
Absolutely.
So I'd like to start off a little bit about what we're proposing. I have a little bit of the history, but to start off the bat, you can see that there is an existing kind of stucco wall in the front portion of the property, a concrete walkway that's leading up to the concrete stairs, an existing brick apron, which is to remain. The lot, can you go to the next slide, please, Frankie? Sorry, I usually have. Some views from the surrounding properties. As you can see, a very residential neighborhood. Next slide, please.
Go too far.
No, you're good. Next slide, please. So we have a demolition, kind of a demolition overview of the site plan, but it's probably easier to discuss it a little bit on the next page. As you can see, we are completely removing the existing aggregate driveway, front stairs, side stairs, entryway, and walkway. And this leads me to a little bit about the history of the lot. The lot was, to our knowledge, empty until 1908. It was first offered for sale. We think it was owned by the property to Plan North. It was purchased between 1914 and 1915, and the first record we could find was the house was built in 1917, and the house was originally built as a duplex. The current owners are looking to convert it to a single family residence. So ultimately we're proposing modifications to just make it a little more livable to them. Next page, please. I will let John here talk a little bit about the architect.
John Evans, dwelling. The stair is something that the homeowner would like to remove on the side of the house, being they want to bring in more natural light into their interior space of the house. And if you look at the Sanborn maps, it does not appear to be original to the design of the house.
Also, the porch, I don't even know if the porch, was original as well, if you look at the Sanborn maps. And they would like to maybe turn the first floor porch, first story porch into a mudroom. So I'm proposing we just build an inset, window wall behind the existing porch railings and columns. And then if they need to remove it in the future, they can remove it. Also, there's a door and a window on that porch that they'd like to swap. They don't want people walking into a bedroom. The stair, there's a little two side steps also that are kind of coming right into that driveway. If you look at those photos, the driveway is very narrow. And, you know, someone could potentially step into the driveway, the car comes. So it's kind of rotating the door and the window. Same door, same window, just swapping. Any questions?
Do you have elevations of those changes?
Should be the next.
Yeah, next
Sorry.
part. Maybe go back.
Sorry, it might be back, Frank.
Okay. I will find them.
Maybe one more the other way or? But there's an elevation change. Maybe 1.2 maybe? There is one?
1.1 landscape.
I have it on the package that was submitted. If, I mean, is it possible that it could be passed around? This one,
I don't have an issue with you passing it around. I'm not sure why it's not in the packet. This was just pulled straight from the email. So if it is an issue on my end, please pass it around.
I'm not sure. I just printed this off this morning.
I will check the packet to see what happened.
Once you've had a chance to review, Frankie, if you don't mind, can you go back to the site plan, which should be right after one back, right there, perfect. So as John just spoke to, looking at removing the stairs, converting that to a porch and changing the fenestration on that portion of the property. It is not visible from the public realm, and again, kind of trying to make it a little more visible. As you can see, we've kind of studied the entire lot. As far as the demolition requests, we are looking to remove the concrete walkway. To my knowledge, it's not original to the property. It's winding, old, curvy. We are proposing to replace it with a new bluestone walkway that would match the sidewalk. The existing concrete stairs, and it may help if you don't mind, Frankie, to flip back to the existing site photos just to give it a little bit of context. One more, sorry. The bottom left picture looks like they were poured and placed. The existing risers are not even, so it is very dangerous coming in and out of the house. Some are 4, some are 6. So, and lastly, we are proposing to remove, or excuse me, 2 more items. The existing concrete stucco wall, we are requesting to put an iron fence atop of it with gates and an automatic drive gate as well. If you would flip to, there is an elevation detail of proposed. Right there, so we are matching in kind to the neighbor's ironwork and fence, but we're requesting to make it a little shorter to be a little less intimidating from a neighborhood perspective. But as far as style and detailing, requesting to match the neighbor to plan left. And lastly, we are proposing to rip up from a hardscape change the existing limestone driveway and install permeable pavers to better handle some of the drainage elements and proposing improved drainage throughout the entire site. That is all of my comments.
Yes, just a real question. So that you mentioned the front stair, is that the steps themselves are going to be bluestone?
Correct, sorry,
Risers and treads.
clarification, the treads would be bluestone, the risers would be brick. It is detailed on one of the last pages to match, we'll do our best to match the foundation brick.
And the cheek walls remain, or?
We were going to propose to remain the cheek walls if we can demolish them and keep them, that would be the intent.
Demolish them and keep them?
No, sorry, I would not like to demolish.
Oh, okay.
I would like to keep them, but if, that is the intent, I apologize, sorry.
Got it.
I do not want to demolish.
Okay.
I will mention that the current cheek walls have a concrete cap. We would propose to, change that to a bluestone cap. To in kind.
Any other questions, guys?
In terms of that proposed porch for the building, the only thing that might be visible to the public is the, I guess, western end of it. Is that fair to say?
Did you check that out from the
It doesn't-
ability of that?
Yes, sorry. I don't think we found visibility on that.
From like street view studies or?
From street view studies, correct. And also, by looking at the site plans.
Okay. You can't see the, just the western end of it.
I was trying to find the elevation in the packet, I can't find it.
Okay. Other questions? Frankie, is there any written public comment?
No, sir, there is not.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Well, say with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is not opposed to the proposed landscape and hardscape changes. However, the application materials posted and available to the public do not provide sufficient information to evaluate the proposed fenestration changes on the west elevation. We ask that this application be deferred so adequate materials can be submitted for review. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move to city staff comments and recommendations.
Okay, this was originally submitted and multiple permits and staff requested a single comprehensive packet to be brought before the board. And we had an observation that the proposed fencing was typical for the street. Staff recommendation was for conceptual approval with staff to review permit documents. But this was one that we were confused a bit by the comprehensive packet, so we wanted additional eyes on it from the board. It felt we wanted to make sure we weren't missing something because of the extent.
Thank you. Would you like to make any clarification to public or city staff? Thank you. Right, we'll move over to board discussion and a vote.
I don't have any issue at all with the hardscape, landscape changes. They're all positive and, the only question I would have is about that porch infill, just because there's, you know, nothing officially to review and the visibility is in question. I don't think I would have any issue with it being infill because I don't believe it's, you know, original to the house or terribly important. But I just think that really needs to be clarified and on the record.
Have any issues, as Julie said, with the landscape, hardscape changes, with the fence, I think it's fine. I'm still not clear about the porch infill and what it actually, how it actually reads, or whether or not it has visibility inside. I think there's a little lack of information there on that.
Like, is there anything about what the windows would be that they're being put in there and you can?
Well, see, Charleston design staff.
Moving forward, with the motion.
Since we don't have
Okay. I mean, actually, filling that in. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval of the landscape and hardscape and fence proposal. Deferral of the porch infill because of the lack of documentation. But can I just blanket final review by staff? Okay, just follow that.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for conceptual approval of the landscape, hardscape and fence as proposed and deferral of the porch infill due to lack of information with final review by staff. Is there a second?
Can I ask you a question? What about the stairs? What about the stairs that we want to take out?
That's not a problem. But very good. Could just be conceptual approval with one exception. Okay. The porch infill, yeah. Thank you.
Or I said landscape, hardscape, fence and stairs.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm gonna reread that. Thanks. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for conceptual approval of the landscape, hardscape, fence and stairs as proposed and deferral for the porch infill due to lack of information with final review by staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, call the vote. Eddie? Will?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with majority. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we're gonna do this to, I think we got 14, which is 8 Murray Boulevard.
I gotta go there. On the floor. Everything's great. Nobody going great.
No, we're 2 items away. We gotta roll, we gotta barrel through this thing. Come on, you can make it, unless you. I will do that. If you
It's
need-
okay, I'll be all right.
Wait, you need to take that?
Julia, offer him some Fritos.
What?
Offer him some Fritos.
No, I can't, that's not on my diet. I can't.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
And one more time.
Okay. Come on. Do this.
8 Murray is a category 4 in Charlestown, circa 1930 in the Old Historic District, requesting after the fact approval for a rear accessory unit. This is the property's location on Murray Boulevard. Existing site photos. Back here is the location of the accessory unit. In context of Murray. Architecture inventory from 1973. The Sanborn maps showing the history of the structure and a previous structure at the rear of property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
My name is Clark Batchelder, representing the owner of 8 Murray Boulevard. First, I want to appreciate the time that the board has taken to do this, being that it isn't after the fact. We do have a couple of the neighbors' letters attached in the submittal, one on the rear of the property and one on the side of the property, both in agreement of the proposed design that's actually currently built. The drawings are as is. The owner is very involved in the community, and is, thankful that the city is doing what they are for the forward wall at the front. So, being that this shed that he's building is really a storage for a lot of his utilities and panels that he uses for hurricane vents and whatnot. So one of the points that I think the board had made was that the brick wall that the shed is sitting on was somewhat of an issue, but this wall is not historic, this brick wall, and it actually it was built by the owner. So we feel that it's in keeping. We also have documentation from zoning that we have approval for 0 lot line, 0 setback. And the plats that we show in the Sanborn maps do show an accessory structure in this same location. So being that, we also tried to work around, the owner tried to work around the trees on site, didn't take away any trees. And so this is kind of a, really eloquent storage shed, being that it's really just used for storage, but he's done a good job as far as design and working through some of the existing site conditions. And being that it's also 200 feet back from Murray Boulevard, it's the sight line is really minimal, and really only because of the parking lot adjacent to it. So we feel that the design and what he's done is accepting to the city standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant?
Could you explain like how this happens, like what the timeline was?
I think, my involvement really was after the fact as well, so I'm kind of helping the owner get approval to proceed. I don't know if there was a call in or somehow he had to stop work on the project, so he's kind of, the shed is built, but it's just sitting there since May, so it's just kind of.
So it got some sort of a zoning board approval?
We first tried to submit through BDR, and BDR kicked us out to get zoning approval because we didn't abide by the setback requirement.
Right.
Essentially, so now we've got zoning approval for a 0
Oh, so
setback.
it was all done just like casually?
Yep,
Without zoning approval or BAR approval?
that's correct.
Oh,
So there was no permit issued at all.
no permit? No. Okay. Okay, thank you. And you didn't design it and you didn't build it, you're just here to try to clean
That's
up?
correct.
Okay. Nice of you.
Any other questions?
Could we flip through those before this died? Presented.
Not a problem.
Here's Yours lasted longer than Eddie's.
And so the only drawings are just by you after of what was
These are-
somehow constructed, just
Yeah,
spontaneously? Okay.
Yeah, I went on site and did some field verification, pulled dimensions and created these drawings essentially of what is as is now. Just to confirm that it meets the city's guidelines as far as height. You know, and then these are the drawings that we submitted to BZAZ to get approval for. So it's really, you know, I think the main issue was that it's on a brick wall, but this brick wall is on his property and it's his wall, so he thought that he could, you know, gain, it really is to gain the maximum use out of his backyard. It matches the property in the rear of 8 Murray. There's also an accessory structure at the pool house. And so it's not affecting any view or anything from the rear property.
That wall is a property line wall? I mean, or is that a wall within?
That's his wall on his property, but it does divide.
Divide it in the.
Yeah,
or
it
something?
wraps around the whole lot, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, go back to any page in particular.
Maybe some of those better.
And yeah, and towards the end, there are some more photos.
Comment on any of these. I know you don't have your laptop, so what do you want me to do it?
You're good, that's good, thank you.
Everybody else can look on their
We're all
own.
good, thank you.
Bottom right photo in this showing on the screen is a view from 8 Murray looking through the parking lot.
Mhm.
And that's kind of a zoomed in, you know, and those are the colors that we're proposing is a dark green to kind of blend in with the greenery. And you can see the top right photo, the accessory structure that's pink in the property behind him.
Well.
Any other questions?
No.
Question, Bill, question.
No, not anything relative to the topic at hand.
All right. We'll move on. Frank, are there any written public comments?
We have 2 letters from neighbors.
Yeah, those letters actually we wrote
Yes.
and submitted them to the neighbors and they signed them.
Just stating that they have no issue with the structure. It is from the neighbor at 10 Murray and then at 47 South Battery.
Is that the one to the rear?
Yes.
Thank you. And is there anyone here who wishes to speak?
Hey,
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, we've reviewed the application draft impact approval for the rear accessory unit. It's not typical for a structure to be built on top of an existing wall. We are concerned about the stability of this construction as well as the visual impact of this change. This wall is visible from the parking lot on the east, and the shed encroachment detracts from the appearance of the brick wall. We respectfully recommend denial of this request.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay, city staff's comments and recommendation.
So, some observations, the accessory structure has been built on top of the existing brick wall. Structure received BZA approval for after the fact setback reduction on September 5th. And we did not say anything about whether or not it would cause more damage to the wall to leave or remove, but we wanted to provide an occasion for board input on that. And staff had a condition for approval that any detailing of the structure should be revised to be more compatible to the existing house. Staff recommendation is denial for architectural direction. And I will also add that the reason that staff sent it to the board was since we would have never approved a new structure before being constructed, we wouldn't have approved it on the wall. So we could not approve after the fact.
Would the applicant like to make any clarifying comments to the public or staff?
Yeah, I guess I would just like to say that, the wall in question, again, was built by the owner and it's his wall. So he's familiar with the construction. It's not a foreign element to him. I do understand the comment about, matching some of the architectural features on the existing house. However, it's really tucked back far enough and set in between the existing trees, that being that it's simply used as an accessory structure for really storing his storm panels. That's really what it's going to be used for. This site goes through a lot of flooding every single storm that comes through, and so they've got panels everywhere, and this owner's done a really nice job in keeping his property up. So that this is kind of, used to support, some of the elegance that he's created at this corner, such a prominent street, so close to Whitehorn Gardens. So I would just, say that, the design, although not exactly matching the existing house, it does give way for, a lot of elegance, being that there's a lot of glass, there's a lot of windows, there's doors. Not just a box. He's built it around the trees. He took very careful consideration in the location and specifics about, how it's detailed. So I appreciate your time in looking at all that.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna move then into more discussion.
Good night.
I guess I have just for record, just a couple more questions. So was this a licensed general contractor who built this, to your knowledge?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
And
I would assume yes. Yeah, he's not built it himself. He's working with a contractor. But I don't have paperwork documentation. I would assume that yes, it's a licensed contractor.
Okay. And also, by virtue of the fact that it didn't go through zoning or BAR, and I think you might have even stated earlier, it didn't go through any inspections.
Not currently, no. I mean, we have inspected it on site.
Sure, but
ourselves.
The building department.
The building department will need to, yes, this is just the next step in the process of getting approval.
Is there intent to have any electrical service at all to this shed?
No service. This is just a storage shed for utility. Not to be used during night hours.
It's a decent size structure as well, and it appears to be sort of in these two masses connected by this hyphen. And originally when you said he was responding to trees, I did go back into the photo. It's not hyphenated because of a tree. So I was trying to.
Well, actually it is.
There's a tree in
Yep,
there.
there is a tree.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He's wrapped the
Yeah.
structure around that
I
tree.
see
He
that.
did not want to
Okay.
take out any trees.
I got you. Thank you.
Right here, there is a tree.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Do you know the size of that one tree that's, I guess, at the southwest corner of the shed? Mhm.
Yeah, we did meet with the zoning on that tree issue, and they didn't have a problem with it. Being that it is only an accessory structure. I think the site plan or one of the floor plans does denote the diameter of it.
And also, am I seeing that correctly? That
33-inch diameter.
Yes. Am I seeing that correctly? It looks like it's a sort of a post system with an elevated floor deck. It's not obviously not a slab on grade or anything.
No, sir.
Right?
Yep, it's post with built-in 2 eyes. Elevated subterranean.
I'm sorry, I have one more question of staff.
Yes, sir.
So I know procedurally, obviously, in standard form, projects go through zoning, they come to the BAR, and then they'll go to the permit office for permit review, and then they'll go into construction with inspection and all those types of things. This is kind of the cart and the horse thing, that, if we start, making any kind of a review and activity on this, would it not be more logical that somebody from the building department will go down and just even make sure it's viable construction in the first part?
The building department will have, so they will have to permit the building, and I believe they're gonna have to get a third-party inspector to sign off on. I'm not quite clear on how that works because I don't deal with it very often. But that will be a process that the building department has to do.
If we give it after the fact.
If we give it after the fact, first, it has to be determined if we can give it after the fact approval. Then it will go through that permit process.
Okay, so it's sort of just reconnecting with the standard mode of operation. is
Right,
what-
so they've been to zoning and they've gotten, after the fact reduction of the setbacks in order to allow it where it is. So now they're coming to us and getting essentially, consider it sort of conceptual and perhaps final approval, based on what it is. And then it will have to go through permitting and whatever the building department is going to require.
So in theory, down the road, if there's a construction issue with it, it may be a moot point.
Correct.
What we're doing right here, maybe.
This may end up circling back.
Thanks.
This is weird. It's like a really weird situation. I mean, and like you said, Frankie, I can't imagine that if someone do this properly and brought it in, that we would have said, this is great, build it just like that, you know? Well, doesn't seem right.
I think that if somebody come with this design stuck on top of that wall, would not have approved it. And I don't think we would approve that design in this location if it's visible. And it is certainly visible from Murray across the parking lot. Still trying to figure out how they, well, I guess the neighbor's a friend, otherwise it couldn't have gotten the siding on the two sides, because you can't access it from the property. Still trying to figure out how the siding got put on it there.
And yeah, I don't understand how someone can live there and be active in a neighborhood and not understand how this process works.
You know, when that wall was built, just.
I do not know the age of the wall. I haven't been able to pinpoint it anywhere.
Did you say you know?
Well, it's definitely after 1982 because we have a plat from that year.
Yeah, look at that, that's what I need to know, thanks. So it's probably block veneer with brick. Possibly filled. Maybe not.
I'm not that concerned about the wall per se, but just the
No, I don't.
fact that.
I don't think structurally it's an issue for the wall.
That's
But
understandable.
Just think architecture is a little difficult.
Yeah, I think, isn't that the way it's been summarized, is would we have approved this?
Exactly.
If it had come?
No.
That's the question at hand, right?
Right.
Well, I'll say you've done a nice presentation, and I know you didn't do this. And I think drawings are well put together. We absolutely would have, 110%. And I'm kind of shocked that zoning said okay to it. And then thirdly, respectfully, kind of, to your client. Of course, they knew this wasn't the right thing to do and snuck it in. I mean, it just, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm out of school and saying that, but it's just like, come on. And it's right on a parking lot and it looks kind of low sheddy. And, I mean, all that stuff. Again, respectfully, they would know better, you know? It just seems like that at the very least, there ought to be some gesture to improving its appearance. And I understand it to minimize it. I mean, we get all of that, but it's just kind of, it's just super not cool for everybody that does it the right way. To just say, okay. And again, there have been times where we've done that when it's appropriate, it's acceptable the way it looks, but I think it's kind of a stretch to say, would this be something that would have been approved?
I'm trying to remember, even a shed, I don't think is allowed to have windows right on the property line.
Right, from a construction standpoint, I mean, from a code standpoint. And that may be something I would say too, and I think that maybe circles back to Bill's point. Somehow building department get involved and look, because does it require that to be non-combustible or fire rate? I mean, you know what I mean? If you got something right up against that, and I mean, things that maybe they weren't aware of when they were doing this, but it would require, I think, so.
Well, I would say it just, again, goes back to that fundamental point, would we have approved this is kind of a question. Everybody's pretty much stated no. Staff's recommended denial due to architectural direction. Does anyone have any thoughts towards a motion?
I'll make a motion for denial for architectural direction.
We have a motion on the floor for denial due to architectural direction. Is there a second?
I would second it, but I would also say that maybe something that's worth them looking into, and I don't know if we can make it additional, like code compliance.
Which obviously we don't
Yeah, we don't-
administer. but
Right.
I think it's a
It's a suggestion, it can't be part of our motion, but it,
Yeah,
regardless of what we do here, that it is compliant with code, and it has to be fire rated and no windows on that side, all of those things should be addressed before it came back.
yeah.
There probably is power back there somewhere, because,
Or
so I wouldn't be surprised if at the very least there wouldn't be a light bulb, a key fixture with a light bulb in it somewhere in a switch, because I think that would be unusual for it not to have at least a light.
For what it's worth, like the architectural direction per se, being a little bit contemporary and working around the trees, it's not really my issue. It's more the violation of the process and
Built on the wall.
the denial for us to have input for the city, for zoning, everyone to have input about pushing it away a little bit and changing this and that.
I withdraw that motion and make another one.
So,
And just denial for after the fact approval.
Okay.
okay. Just one second. Okay, we have a motion for denial for after the fact approval made by Fillmore and it's been seconded by Julia. Okay, we'll call the vote. Eddie?
In favor.
Julia? Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for majority. For
You did a good job.
Yeah, if you may, after, is there one more presentation?
yeah, we do have one more.
There's one more?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there, okay.
Right.
I just want to get a consensus of if this were coming back to the board, what you guys would, you know, if it was an altered.
I would say maybe you could get a more thorough breakdown, Frankie and staff. I would think usually for things like this, especially things that are proposed to be close to property lines and other things like that, it's always good to come in early and go ahead and talk to staff. And then kind of get their take on that situation. So I would advise you do that before you try to propose anything new.
I'm sure there's a way. I mean, no one wants
Yeah.
to deny you a place to put your blood
Something,
panels.
but yeah, that's just, I think it's the sort of oddity of building on top of a wall, plus I think we set architectural direction as one of the
During
comments.
it in the middle of the night or whenever it was.
Yeah.
So it may be just the roof structure in itself you know, being that that portion is visible.
Maybe, and I would believe the construction on top of the wall also, which is definitely phenomenal.
And I just like, what I mean, even though it's after the fact, we're still paying customers, you know, to the board and for you guys to look at it. So it's still, even though it's a backwards process, it's still, you know, it's still, you know, money coming into the city. So
Yeah.
that's just a point.
I guess I would just say to that, you know, that
Question, hey, Clark, was it a special exception or variance that you got from zoning?
Variance is a BZAZ
Okay.
approval.
Because the special exception would have given us full review, but variance, that's not quite the case. Thank you.
And I only ask because it's like one of these weird conditions. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good effort.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clark.
Okay, move to the final item, 41 Amherst Street.
One Amherst, the east side, in the old city district, requesting conceptual approval for new single-family residence. The location on Amherst Street. Existing site photos. Context of Amherst.
I'm Ashley Jennings, I'm architect and project manager, my client Brandon Miller. Thanks y'all for hanging out tonight, and I appreciate you sticking it out this late, especially during the holidays. This is a opportunity to do something unique. We have a vacant lot on Amherst Street, and Graham really wanted to see something unique there, a little different. You are in a sea of single houses there, of course, but there are a lot of different scales and a lot of different eras of single houses, as you can see in these images. Some of them have been modified. And the fortunate thing that we found on this side of Amherst Street is that we are in a flood zone, but several of these buildings are elevated a good bit. So one of the things you always are concerned about is when you do an infill project and you have to elevate the structure. So our proposal is to orient the building similarly to the rest of the structure at the street, following all the zoning ordinances, parking on the side. And the basic partie would be larger volume with smaller volume, typical of a single house, but we don't have a side porch. We have a rear porch. And the challenge on this one is to get in at the street level and then go up. And the reason that we wanted to do that is because the rest of the structures with the piazza screen walls have that same presence on the street. So our proposal is to take that entrance, come up a few steps, enter the building, and then continue up. We've introduced a bay on the front of the structure to start to look at the scale of the rest of the street and think about the way that the building fronts the street. We're proposing a CMU wall up to the first floor plate or below the first floor system with a true stucco on a three coat masonry stucco. Some larger windows on the front to address the street. And then as you turn to the side, you'll see a rhythm that's similar to something you would see on a single house. And then you can see that we are proposing a deck in the back. I'll go back to the site plan just to talk a little bit about the site. The idea here is to create an area for parking for the cars in the front and stack spaces. And then you'll see there's a, can y'all see my little light? You can't see it, can you?
I didn't, it was up above the screen.
Yeah, there's a wall that aligns.
Every
time I start doing that, they're like, you know, you keep.
Actually, I'll point out, you just physically point out. There you go.
This wall aligns with the back of the building, so we create a more private space in the back. And the idea there is to even tuck that open porch back behind the building. We do have mechanical units up here that we're screening. They're on the polite side of the building. And this is a streetscape showing the relevant scale of our structure to the street. And some other images just to show you, they're kind of light, but just to show you what that building, the presence of the building on the street. We're proposing siding above that CMU block wall. There's a differentiation in the siding between the main mass of the building and the secondary mass in the building. And I think that's all I wanted to say tonight. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
How did you get the clicker to work?
I don't
Hasn't
know,
worked
it must
all
have
night.
magic touch tonight.
I'll ask a couple questions.
Okay.
That mechanical could probably move to the back, right? Is there any reason that couldn't move a little further from the street?
I had placed it there because of mechanical closets and that general location in the building, but I don't see why we couldn't scoot it back if we needed to.
And then I'm like a little concerned about your inside when you walk up those stairs. If I remember correctly, you would have to have another door inside to separate the part that's not up to flood requirement.
I have not had to do that yet.
Okay.
With you're talking about because of FEMA, I have not had that requirement.
Like no one's called you out?
I even looked for it in the FEMA the FEMA requirements. I couldn't find it anywhere.
It's there, but I won't tell anybody.
Okay.
And then what was the last thing? Oh, do you want to tell us the philosophy behind the slightly off-centered bay in the front?
Yes, so it really actually has something to do with the floor plan. As you can see, here's that element we were talking about that you come in, a large stair. There's a series of storage here that fronts the stairwell, and then you're in the space. The idea is that this becomes kind of a seating area and this becomes where your TV is. So the logic to kind of shift that bay worked on that floor and then also on the second floor where you have your bed wall here. So the idea to shift it was partially a floor plan idea, and also because I just like the way that it kind of related to this element here.
Actually, you're in A zone, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like the sort of architectural treatment of this. I assume that's the foundation venting, the flood venting.
Mm-hmm.
Is that gonna meet the requirement?
In an A zone, as long as I've shown it at a foot above grade.
Yeah.
And you see that a lot, just those slots in the masonry.
Is that enough vent area for your for your crawl space?
Yeah, as far as the square inches for the ventilation, yes. And it's the same for the flood. And that's a study right now. We'll probably have to refine that as we move forward with conceptual, but the idea would be to create some openings in the foundation.
Any other questions of the applicant? All right. Okay, well, is there any written public comment?
There's not.
Thanks, and no, there's nobody here, so there's no public comment. So there's nothing to reply to. Well, there might be staff's comment. Here we go.
We have a couple. We had observation that the canopy supports are typically connected to the wall directly vertical of the connection on the canopy. We're not opposed to it. We just wanted to note that it was atypical. The height is appropriate for the context, and staff appreciate that the proposed base is a traditional stucco and not a stucco on frame. We had two conditions for approval. One was to remove the flood vent from the front facade, if they can go somewhere else. And that we also thought the front projection felt awkward and should be centered. Staff recommendation was conceptual approval with staff conditions and staff review of permit drawings.
Thank you, Frankie. Okay, we'll move into more discussion of it.
Just do you want to?
Oh, sorry, Ashley, I'm sorry. Give you a chance. I
I
apologize.
mean, I'll speak for Graham, but I think we're comfortable with all the suggestions.
Thank you. All right, now we'll move to board discussion.
Are people trying to build foundations out of wood frame with stucco on them?
We see a lot of wood frame on stucco. And we tell people no.
That was a good.
So, we really appreciate, seeing stucco that is not on frame.
Of course, yes. 100%. I don't know. It's cool. Okay, it's fun. I mean, there's maybe some little things that could be studied and tweaked, like moving the mechanical back, like. Be another look at some of the proportions and stuff, but I think it's cool. I feel like her her flood vents are intentional and aesthetic. And I don't mind that being on the front.
It's a standard comment that I use,
No matter how pretty it is.
they were actually kind of cool looking, but we always say that, so I wanted to be consistent.
I would say to that end, maybe if you find you have to add any others, if you could add them back in the back, where you're not gonna see them. You can do conventional smart vents or whatever back there if you need to. Eddie? Anything?
No, I'm fine with everything too. I'm not really even bothered by the asymmetry of the bay. I guess it depends on everybody, because like I said, it's just a little, maybe makes it a little more interesting, predictable, but could go either way.
I think it's very interesting. I think there's nothing standard about it. So the way the community supported, I think it's interesting on this design and I like it just fine. On this, I don't think the front flood vent is an issue. I don't think you can apply traditional standards to a design like this, and it meets all of the appropriate sort of criteria. Its height, scale, and mass is fine. For the streetscape. And I think the design is interesting and attractive. I'm struggling with it on this street. In architectural direction. But you have done exactly what you're supposed to do on this design. You've met. If you read Article 9, you're doing what Article 9 says to do. And so I think there's no fault here. I think, this is a simple little street, and I would think I would find this design slightly incongruous. And there's nothing wrong with the design. I think the design's nice, and I don't think you can apply, sort of little typical buzzword standards to it that we might to a more traditional design. I think what you've done here works. But I'll be the contrarian.
It's the only thing I'd make sure you put hardwood cloth behind those. That's a creature. Those holes are plenty big enough for some certain creatures.
Oh, yeah.
I won't mention the name of those creatures. Okay, do we have a motion? Can we put one together here? You stay with.
I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with the board condition to shift the mechanical back on the site. Final review by staff.
To just mechanical further back. Okay.
Away from the street.
Good. Frankie, you're gonna be able to read this. Good for you. Not our architects write legibly. I was in pre-med for a while, more of that tendency. We're shipping kind
Fractured my thumb my first semester of architecture school.
Okay.
Of my drawing hand.
Okay, and final review by staff, you said, Julia?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Okay. So there is a motion on the floor for conceptual approval for the board condition to shift mechanical further away from the street and final review by staff. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Thank you. Full vote, Eddie,
In favor?
Julia,
Favor?
one more, and I'll vote with the yays, so it goes 3-1. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Actually, you want a cookie? Speak it down.
I don't know, but thank you.
Short oh, sorry, do you have a motion to dismiss?
It's not bad. It's so tempting. You're like, oh my gosh.
Great.
Julia.
Do we have a motion to dismiss?
So we have a motion to dismiss. So moved. Okay. Well,
Thank you.
so moved.